This is a conference meeting of the City Council of the City of Orange Township held in the council chambers of City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Tuesday, May 6, 2014 at 7 p.m. Do a roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid is absent. Councilman Corbett?
Here.
Councilwoman Easton?
Here.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
Present.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Present.
Also present, Ms. Smith, Deputy Municipal Clerk, Mr. Smith, City Attorney, Mr. Harris, Legislative Research Officer, Ms. Amir from the Clerk's Office, and Mr. Mays representing the administration. Stand for a moment of silence.
Please stand. Today, we had a tragic event in the city of Orange, so while we don't know all information, we can still keep their family in our thoughts. Thank you.
Please be apprised, anybody wishing to discuss agenda or general items shall sign one book. There will be 2 columns in the book, one for agenda items and one for general issues. Each person signing the book will check agenda items or general issues. If they check only agenda items or general issues, they will be allowed to speak for 5 minutes. If they check general issues and agenda items, they will be allowed to speak for 10 minutes. The requirements of NJSA 10:4-9 et seq., the Sunshine Law, has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Star-Ledger and published in the record transcript on July 18, 2013, posted on the bulletin board in City Hall, and filed in the office of the municipal clerk.
For our matters of discussion, we have 2 matters. First is a presentation, and the presentation will be done by Council Vice President Elroy Corbett.
Thank you, Council President. I want to ask the Phil Thigpen family to come and gather around. Council President, I just want to take this opportunity to let everyone know that it is indeed a privilege and a pleasure for me to be able to present this plaque to the family. Phil Thigpen Sr. Was a mighty man. I'll never forget him. In particular, in 2008, first time I ever ran for office and I won the office, he came to my home and we sat down and we talked politics for a good length of time. And he gave me a lot of very, very valuable information, which I have written down on a piece of paper, locked in the file cabinet, because I value that information. And I will continue to look at it on occasions to remind myself exactly the path to travel in this endeavor. So I'm grateful to the life of him, and again, it is my pleasure and my privilege to be able to present this plaque. And it reads as follows: Resolution celebrating the life of Phil Thigpen Sr., sponsored by the Orange City Council members. Whereas the City of Orange Township, New Jersey, joins family and friends to mourn the passing of Phil Thigpen Sr., who departed this life on Tuesday, October 29, 2013. And whereas we come together during this time of sadness to pay tribute to and celebrate the life of Phil Thigpen Sr., who was a central and vital force in his family and the community. And whereas Phil Thigpen Sr. grew up and was educated in East Orange, New Jersey, where he was an outstanding track star and where his commitment to community service began early. He graduated from Seton Hall University, where he continued to be an outstanding member of the track team. And whereas Phil Thigpen Sr. enjoyed a successful and fulfilling life as a public servant, serving as an East Orange councilman and Essex County freeholder. At the time of his passing, he was serving as the Essex County Registrar of Deeds and Mortgages, a member of the New Jersey delegation of the Electoral College, and chairman of the Essex County Democratic Party. And whereas it was in his capacity as chairman of the Essex County Democratic Party that Phil Thigpen Sr. served and managed an organization that often was at odds with itself. His leadership and presence was able to bring diverse people together and kept organization unified in times when it was needed, particularly during the 2012 re-election campaign of President Barack Obama, and whereas Phil Thigpen Sr. has earned the praise, respect, and admiration of community leaders in both the Democratic and Republican parties as a man of conviction, dignity, and an accomplished public servant. And whereas Phil Thigpen Sr. led a stellar life and will be remembered as someone with a heart full of humility and a soul generated by love, who strived to make a difference. His legacy of compassion, patience, wisdom, sincerity, and love will always be a source of joy and inspiration for those fortunate to have known him. And now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Orange Township hereby offer their sincere condolences to the family and friends of Phil Thigpen Sr., and be it further resolved that the City Council urges residents to do random acts of kindness towards others in memory of Phil Thigpen Sr.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Council President. Boy, you reap what you sow. And I've learned a lot from my father. But first, on behalf of my mother, who could not be here, she's not feeling well, and they were married for 61 years. My two brothers, his 4 grandchildren, one of whom is sitting right here in the NYU shirt. On behalf of my entire family, it's really a pleasure and a privilege to be here today. Thank you all very, very much. Your words about my father are spoken very kindly, and I have to tell you, my father died to the day 2 months short of his 88th birthday at work, and it has been quite an experience, the number of people he has touched, the number of memories that people have shared with me about him. I should be so lucky to be the apple that fell very close to that tree. So I just want to thank you all very, very much for taking the trouble to do this, to honor my father, my dear departed father. On behalf of the entire Thigpen family, we appreciate it very, very much. He has taught me so much, I could spend hours sitting here and talking to you about the things he's taught me. I got more than just a piece of paper I've written down with those notes. And so it is really a privilege and an honor. As Councilman Corbett mentioned, I am also a native of East Orange because of my father, but he's always held Orange very close to his heart, and he's been involved in politics in Orange for a long, long time. So I appreciate your kindness and your concern very much today, and really on behalf of my entire family, thank you all very, very much.
Council members, any comments? None at this time? Thank you, and just a background that we've been trying to get to this moment, but there was a challenging winter that delayed it, and we were trying to hoping your mom would be here, and decided to just do it. And I'm sad that she's not here, but I'm thankful that the grandbabies are here. But I just had some thoughts in terms of really short as your dad is a leader, but more like a father figure. I remember where us young leaders, we would get into conversations where they were disagreeable, and then we would all run to him and hope that he would, like, I'm telling Mr. Thigpen on you, I'm telling Mr. Thigpen on you. So, and as a leader, he made sure that you were accountable to what you were doing. Like, he would not do it for you, and that was really appreciative. And the stories that he would tell were just awesome. And just this was the different lives he lead. He was a track star. He was a leader in the community, and then in the latter part where he went on to be the position with the county. But it was just the day I never forget getting the call. I was actually on my way home from work in New York and got the call, and I couldn't believe it because I just seen him that Saturday at an event, and he was running to the car to do something. So it was like, okay, we have to check the facts on this. I don't see this, because he was just so, himself. So I think there's been sayings that he walked right into heaven, if I have to say that. There wasn't a long period of sickness that we may know or whatever, but he was working, you know, right up until his transition. And I think that if anybody had a way to transition, that would be the way, doing what you love and that you transition. So proud to say that that was the way they did. So thank you for sharing him with us. I want you to know you sound a lot like him in his voice as you're talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
And thank you for being here as well. Mr. Thigpen, can we take a picture with you? For the, come on, council members, real quick. We have our photographer, come over here.
You want to come up top?
And come on, grab babies. No, yeah, come on, let go. Thank you. One more. Sorry about that. Moving the agenda on, we have Mr. Scott, Everton Scott from Public Service. Thank you for being here. Council members, as you recall, we all got an email for the Community Development Corp in East Orange regarding the surge in concerns, complaints that they were receiving in regards to particularly senior citizens receiving bills that were very, very high, and they were not aware of a change that was made to their bill. So Mr. Scott is from, I'll let him say where he's from, what division in public service, but it was quite concerning to all of us. I think Councilwoman Butler immediately responded, and so we wanted to get Mr. Scott here to actually explain how we can, what the concern is, what should be done, and then hopefully we can continue the conversation through the administration that we can prevent this from happening in the future.
Thank you, Council President, members of the governing body. Good afternoon. With what the Council President talked about, there have been, since 1999, the electric industry in New Jersey has been deregulated. And there are a number of companies, and they're called third-party suppliers, that have been allowed to come into New Jersey and to market to residents in New Jersey. They are various methodologies that are used, and they will come to the seniors' doors, and sometimes they will purport to represent PSCG. That is not so. That's not the truth. And sometimes they'll use tricks to sign up someone with them. They'll offer contests on the bottom of the contest form. It will be that they'll switch you to their company. With the law, there came a number of consumer protections, and the consumer protections which are in the law are some of the strongest consumer protections anywhere in this country. And so, for example, the law says that for a third-party supplier to serve you, for you to switch, then you have to sign on with a written signature for them to switch you. And so they tried a lot of different ways to get your written signature. Once they have that signature, then they can call PSEG. They can get your account information, and then they'll make the switch. And so some of the seniors that we have encountered have fallen prey to some of the unscrupulous third-party suppliers. Now, I'm not by any means saying that all the companies, are engaged in these practices, but there are some companies out there that do. And so we have to be look out and be mindful of them. And so they get the information, they'll come to PSEG, and then we will do the switch, and they will then get their bills, single billing, consolidated billing. So we'll do the billing, we do the delivery. So that takes us to the bill itself. So the bill, on a typical bill for all customers, are in two parts. There's a delivery charge, and then there's a supply charge. The supply charge, the supply portion, is the only portion that the third-party supplier can impact. The delivery charge is PSE&G. We're the only ones that have the wires, the transformers, and so on, that go down the street, that are hooked up to your homes, that can supply you with power. This past winter has been particularly difficult for the third-party suppliers, because they go out to the wholesale market and purchase their power for the wholesale market, and then they resell this power to their customers. This winter was a terrible winter. It was cold, and it was cold for long periods. And so you found that the wholesale prices for natural gas rose. And so when the wholesale prices for natural gas rose, then the prices that they charged to their customers also rose. And so we had a whole group of these third-party suppliers that then charged more than the utility would charge to their customers. On the bill, there is a price called the price to compare. That is, the price to compare is the price that the utility would charge the customer. Anything below that, and it means a third-party supplier is beating the utility price, and so they can sell you for cheaper than the utility. Anything above that, and they can't, and so you pay more for their commodity. What happened to the seniors that switched, or found themselves switched, was that the price came in above the price to compare, and so they ended up paying more. What the seniors can do is that they can call the PSE&G Customer Services Center at 800-436-7734 and ask to be switched back. That will take between 60 to 90 days to happen. It all depends on where in the meter reading cycle that request takes place, because the meter reading cycle will have to end, that reading would have to be taken, and that would have to be closed out for the old supplier before PSC&G or JCP&L or whatever, but in this case, PSC&G could come back in and start serving the customers again. Right now, no third-party supplier in New Jersey right now can beat the EDC's or the electric supply company, PSEG's prices, because the price of the commodity and where it is now, the electric commodity, is above the price in tariff. So again, the seniors can call our call center, call our 800 number, and we will switch them back. Residential accounts are switched back without any restrictions, without any type of, any restrictions on their account, and so we will switch them back. Now, if the seniors have outstanding bills and they're having problems paying those bills, there are a number of programs that they can apply for, and I think the closest agency to Orange it's La Casa de Don Pedro, and it's at 600 Central Avenue in East Orange, and there's a telephone number 973-485-0795. That's 973-485-0795, and there's a contact there, Cecilia Aiken, and it's A-I-K-E-N, and she happens to be the Home Energy Assistance Manager. And they're aware of all the programs that I'll describe in a minute that the seniors can avail themselves of. And this is not just a programs for seniors. This is programs for anyone who is having problems or difficulties paying their electric bill. So we have the low income home energy assistance program. That's LIHEAP. It's low income home energy assistance program, where the customer can get up to $300 towards their PSEG bill, and the customer with the amount that the customer gets varies based on the number of people in the household and the income and so on and so forth. For example, for a family of 4, there'd be a monthly income of $3,925. That's the threshold. And then there is the Universal Service Fund. Now, the Universal Service Fund and the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program are one and the same. So what I mean by that, if you apply for one, you're automatically enrolled in the other. And so the two programs go together. And for the Universal Service Fund, you can get up to $150 per month toward your PSE&G bill. And again, if you're a family of 4, then the monthly income that this program is looking for would be about $3,435. And then there's the Payment Assistance Gas and Electric, that's PAGE, and the Temporary Relief for Utility Expensive, that's TRUE, PAGE and TRUE, 2 other programs. And you can get anywhere from $1,400 to $1,500, $1,400 from PAGE and $1,500 from TRUE, depending on the balance that you owe towards your bill, and also depending on income qualifications. To qualify for PAGE, you must not have received LIHEAP. And of course, if you don't get LIHEAP, you will not have received the Universal Service Fund. And for example, for these two, the gross income would be about for a family of for the minimum gross income would be about $47,000 per year, and for the max would be about $103,000 per year. And then, of course, there's the New Jersey Shears. Again, these are all programs that you can avail yourself of to help pay your bill. Here, the Shears, PSEG customers can receive up to $500 for electric customers, and up to $700 for gas customers towards their bill. And then there's the New Jersey Lifeline, which is for seniors or people who are disabled. And again, you can apply for that. And there again are income guidelines. So if the seniors find themselves in a position where they cannot pay their bill, they can always go down to La Casa, reach out to any one of the agencies, and they'll get help paying their bill. So with that, Council President, I'll stop, and I'll see if the council has any questions.
Council President?
Councilman Corbett?
Mr. Scott, we met, is that right, in Norton?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I thought you looked familiar.
Yes.
Good to see you again.
He's been here.
Yeah, I know he's been here before too, but we met outside of here. For the people, for the folks who have been receiving their electric and gas from the other source or a different source, and you mentioned there's a 60 to 90 day period for the switch by PSE&G.
Right.
So my question is, what happens to the ridiculous charges that a senior may have incurred by using the other source? Are they liable for that?
It all depends on the terms of their contract with that other supplier. What does the contract state? But not being privy to their contract, I would say yes, they are.
So in theory, without a contract, this really isn't valid. Without a signed contract, this really isn't valid.
Without a contract, you could argue the case without a contract.
Because I can tell you, it happened to me a few years back, where I got a phone call from one of the marketers, and I was in a rush, so I just said yes. And they told me it was like a 30-day trial. So once I got my bill, I called them right away. They fought me on it, but they got rid of the charges. And I never signed the contract.
Correct, because again, in New Jersey, the consumer protection law says that they have to have something in writing from you to be able to serve you and to be able to service your account, yes.
Okay. And as far as the number that you provided for 600 Central Avenue, do all those programs fall in under that category with that phone number?
Yes, all the programs that I mentioned will, La Casa de Don Pedro has the applications. I do have some applications here with me today, and some of the program information, which I'll leave with you, Council President, and you can to give them out as you see fit.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gore Butler?
Yeah, Council President, I have a question, and I guess it might be to the attorney. If someone enters into a contract through deceptive practices, are they held liable for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry.
She said they're deceptive practices
If
can
they-
do
if
someone
they enter a contract through
they could be
deceptive
liable for that,
practices.
They could be.
Yeah.
Could be, okay.
Oh, you said could be? Or they are?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I
yes.
couldn't hear
It's
you.
a form of fraud, so yes, they would be held liable for that.
No, the person, the individual.
The person who induced them,
Oh, the person who induced them.
The consumer.
Okay, I just need clarity on that. Okay, it's the person who induced them. Okay. The person committing fraud.
yes.
Okay, thank you. And is the person, well, I want to know if the person who is, I guess, the victim, are they held responsible to the contract? Or do they have to adhere to the contract if it was done through deceptive practices?
It would be voidable.
It would be voidable. That's what I wanted to know. Okay. And then I have a question for Mr. Everington Scott?
Yes.
Is it? Okay. So my question for you is, if seniors have entered, I guess, into a contract for deceptive practices, my question for you is, how do they know when something is authentic versus fraudulent?
Well, again, the seniors would be advised to go to the BPU website and to look at the consumer protection laws, which cover New Jersey's customers. We at PSE&G really wouldn't know. We wouldn't know the difference whether or not it's deceptive or not, because we work. The way we work is that we don't see the contracts. We work through transactions, like, for example, I'm going into jargon here, but 867 HUs and IUs and so on and so forth. So when the third-party supplier, they would simply send over to us the customer's account information and so on and so forth, and they would tell us that the customer has signed up with them, and we would then switch them. So we really wouldn't know, but the customers then would a couple of things. They could go onto the BPU website. They could do their research, or they could simply call the BPU and kind of talk through it, and then they would be advised as to what to do. But we don't really get involved in that. We would simply switch them back, when they call us.
Okay, so I guess I have two follow-up questions. The first one is, when people from PSE&G go out, don't they have some kind of identification or something?
Yes.
So they could ask for that?
Yes.
Okay, and they always have identification with them?
Yes.
Okay, and then the second question is, you said once you get, I guess, information from the third-party supplier, you just switch them over. Is there no verification process or procedure to really ensure that that is what the client wants to do?
Well, we don't reach out to the client if that's what you're at. I mean, if you're asking me if when we get something that says that a client A wants to go with company C, do we call client A and check to see if client A? No, we don't.
That might be something you want to consider, their customer service.
Councilwoman Neeson?
I have a question. Is there a cost to switch back?
No, not for residential customers, no. It's just a matter of the amount of time it takes. Again, because of where the customer is in the meter reading cycle. Sometimes it takes 60 days, sometimes it might take a little bit longer, but no, there's no cost of switching back.
And, are you available to take this presentation to some of the senior buildings that have had some of the issues if you requested it?
Yes,
Okay. I'd like to get your card before you.
certainly. I'll give you one.
You mentioned that residential, the Councilman, Howard, did you have any question? You mentioned that residential, there's no problem switching back. Is there a little bit more of a process for a commercial customer to switch back?
Yes.
Okay.
There are penalties for commercial customers who want to switch back and forth. There are charges to their account there, and it takes a little bit more time. And there are exclusions on the time that a commercial customer can switch back.
Okay. What I echo Councilwoman Gaunt Butler's in terms of the verification procedure. I think it's very important. I will tell you that I believe the third-party companies are targeting areas. I have come home on several occasions, and somebody's knocked at my door and said, "I'm John Doe from Public Service Electric and Gas." And I know it wasn't public service. And I would say that one of the things that they will show ID, and I would, look at their IDs to see if in your department, if you can get a copy of some of the IDs and see if they have any indication of public service on there, because I had to engage the person in the conversation for him to say, well, no, I'm not actually from public service, I'm here to make your public service. So it's very deceptive. And I know if we have areas where people just take that, there are certain things, public service probably won't come out soliciting, for you to do any changes to your bill that will come inside the bill. So that's just the number one thing like that. You don't do the door-to-door. So, and as Councilwoman Butler, if there's a campaign that public service can do to encourage people that it's not us, just know that that's not our form of marketing or whatever, because they're doing it a lot, and I see them often. So, and I don't know, and on sporadic different parts of towns, as I happen to just be in town for this area, this town, when I heard that bills were changed over and they were not aware of it. So I know that, I believe that it possibly could be happening, if you sign up for a survey and then it means something else.
Yeah, correct. So, like I said before, there are various methodologies which are used, and if someone comes to your door and comes knocking and says that they're from PSCG, it's always good to ask for their ID, and if they don't show you some form of identification that proves that they're from PSCG, don't do any business with them.
And I'm thinking that one of the IDs I said had something on there, so just make the fraud. And then I guess we have not even gotten into the criminal aspect, because there have been cases, and I don't know if so much in New Jersey, but I know there have been cases where people have shown up and said they're here for utilities, and there have been crimes committed. So I just want
Yes.
public service, yeah, so.
Right. So the BPU, I think there have been instances where the BPU has taken companies to court and I think won judgments against companies. But as PSCG, we don't do that, because we really have no.
No, you can't do the court portion, but you can say it's
Yeah.
not us. You can do a
Yeah.
campaign to
Yeah.
educate, right?
Yes, we do.
And if there are no more questions, Ms. Bradshaw, right behind you, she's going to take the applications and business cards that you would have for the council members.
Thank you,
And
Council
thank you. We
President.
look forward to seeing you more often.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The agenda.
Resolutions and ordinances to be presented at tonight's meeting are listed on the attached regular meeting agenda. If any council member wishes to discuss any resolutions or ordinances, may be discussed at this time.
Council members?
Council President,
Yes, sir.
the bill list, Resolution 125, page 13.
Okay, moving, 125, page. Go ahead, Councilman Corbin.
Under grant writer,
Yes.
the total is $12,498 for January, February, and March. Have they, meaning the provider, have they gone after grants, or is this just, making the regular monthly payments toward their contract? I mean, have they gone after any grants, and what has been the results of their action?
Director Mitt.
Yes, this is, I believe this is their monthly payments. I don't think this is anything related to any grants that they went after. I remember a couple of weeks ago, though, we did just get a presentation from the grant writer where they mentioned what they had done, and I know at that meeting they talked about what they propose to do going forward. Again, I think it's a valuable service, and I work with them all the time, and probably since that last meeting when they presented, we just got another award of a grant. So for me and my departments, it's really working out pretty well, but I don't have tonight in front of me anything related to what their latest numbers are or anything like that. If you need that, I can get that, because remember, they said they definitely do a monthly report, and that's what he had and he worked off of.
I remember the presentation. I also requested that they try to double or triple their efforts in terms of securing grant money for the city of Orange. So I'm just curious to know, whether that was just monthly payments or not, without any real activity involved. So I think that's all I have right now, Council President.
Councilman Easton, I'm sorry.
On that, on page 17, oh, before I do that, is there any reason we don't have a CFO or the finance director here tonight?
No, I was under the impression that somebody, one person would be here, so it must have been something that took place last minute why they're not here. I have to follow up on that.
Councilwoman Easton, thank you for stating that. I just want to state that Councilwoman Jones Bell did send word that she was sick this evening, so she could not be in attendance.
On page 17, Mr. Mayor, you know if that's uniforms for the crossing guards or is it police uniforms? Anybody from the police department here either?
It's Orange Fire Department.
Let's go. What's that?
Actually, it's actually directed down, because it says Orange Fire Department, Councilwoman Easton.
Huh?
It says Orange Fire Department.
Oh, that's right.
Where you at?
Never
The
mind.
top one? I'm
I don't know
sorry.
what that is.
Where you at? I'm sorry.
Ben, he's here, Ben, I brought it up. Did we ever get uniforms for the crossing guards? I was thinking this was.
Hakeem Sims, Police Director. Yes, ma'am. They should be going down now. It's been organized, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. On page 2, do you know who got the new furniture?
Director, Mays.
I believe this furniture was for the finance department, I believe, but I have to double check that. That's what I think, but I'm not totally sure right now, just looking at this.
Councilwoman Easton, in preparation for tonight's meeting, we thought that there would be questions. We did pull the purchase orders on those, and it says delivered to the finance department, and I can share those POs with you this evening.
No, I know, I was just curious who it was for.
It says actually, some are finance, some of the furniture on the list was finance, some of it's public works, some of it's administration, but majority of it is finance.
The finance department does look a lot better, but the only thing is, we say we don't have money, so. And then we have, well, there's more furniture, that says the mayor's office, I guess, on page 12.
Tell me the amount, how much?
$659 for office chairs.
That one I don't see.
And then you got furniture again on page 13,
Any amount?
$2,199.
Pay 2,000,
Finance, office material and supplies.
Mason. There is a PO here, Councilwoman Easton, for administration as well.
And then where's that furniture?
I'm assuming that's the one, it says mayor's office, office chairs, mayor's office, material and supplies, and then office chairs for the finance department.
Mr. Mays, I see here in the police department, there was a TV mounted.
What page?
My question is, did we ever do a contract to clean that police department?
No, we did do a contract. We went out to bid. Bids were received. We prepared the resolution, and I had a conversation with our CFO in terms of how do we now act on that, being that the council has already received the budget. So that's going to be one of my main items in my budget presentation, to speak about that.
Well, regardless of that, I understood all that, but I thought in the meantime, was some sanitation issues that you were gonna get a cleaning company to clean it. We can't afford that, right? They don't have to wait for the contract. I thought you was gonna have a cleaning company go in there and clean the police department.
Yeah, I'm going to be trying to move on that. I didn't get that done right now. I was just waiting for my budget hearing, because hopefully, I know that the janitorial services is something that we were talking about that we definitely wanted. I'd like to be able to bring that forward.
Well, forget the cleaning contract. We know you wanna do that for now, for the sanitation reason for those officers over there. Or are you gonna bring somebody in to clean that police department?
Okay, I'll definitely look at that. I'll look at that.
I mean, we've been going through that. I think it was December when I toured it, and it was filthy then, and you still haven't cleaned it, so that's what I'm saying. I'm done, Councilwoman.
Okay, Councilman Corbett?
Thank you, Councilman. I overlooked one, and Councilwoman Easton, you probably can explain this one since you sponsored the ordinance. There's some ordinance amending Chapter 23 of the Municipal Code of the City of Orange Township regarding personnel policies. And in the body of it, you indicate in the third,
Did you say ordinance number? I'm sorry.
11,
Okay.
in the body on the third whereas, it seems to single out the clerk's office, being involved in any particular political activities during business hours in any form and manner. Now, there have been instances where the clerk or deputy clerk or the clerk's office has been asked to participate in meetings such as neighborhood crime watches. And so my question is, does this apply to that? Even though that's not a political activity, some people can misinterpret it as a political activity, but in essence it's not. So I was wondering about the wording in that piece and how it might impact someone who's just attending a block meeting or a neighborhood crime watch meeting. And that could pertain to any department head as well.
No, this ordinance is an attempt to protect our employees. I will talk a little bit more about it during my council comments and go in more detail. But the clerk's office is just mentioned there, but it's for all employees. But this does not, this is only talking about during elections and political events. Simple, that's what we're addressing.
Okay.
And I figure if the county could put some things in place, we should too, because if I hear another employee say, I can't do this because I'm afraid, or they're asking me to do this and I'll lose my job if I don't walk with this candidate, if I don't support this candidate, I think we need to take an effort to make sure that our employees are protected and not intimidated and coerced into doing things that they don't want to do for fear of reprisals about their job. And this is what this is an attempt to
Okay.
control.
So we're in agreement that it really doesn't have any impact on any director or anyone from the clerk's office
No.
attending any kind of neighborhood crime watch meeting or anything of that nature? Okay.
Only for political events.
Gotcha.
And during political elections.
All right. Thank you, Council President.
Any more questions? Councilman
Mr. President,
Brown?
that same document is 11/2014 is unsigned by a city attorney. Is there a reason for that?
Number,
11-2014?
Can I respond to that, Councilman Marable? And I'm gonna talk a little bit more about this later too. But in any instance, can't even get the word out, where there's or any thing that might hurt the mayor's office, the city attorney will not sign it. hold it, let me finish. Anything that's curtailing, anything that's going with administration, they will not sign it. So we were, through the Trenton, through our research and legal, they said we don't need their signature to put anything on the agenda. They're not going to sign this because it impacts administration and the things that happen in City Hall. And as you know, our city attorney, everybody's afraid for their job. If I do this, I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to talk a little bit about that later on tonight because I'm just sick and tired of it. So that's why I said we're moving it forward.
So it's not an oversight, it's intentional?
Exactly.
Council members, any other questions? Mr. Attorney Smith?
Yes, may I comment?
Yeah.
Merely this, there's a question about the constitutionality of what she's asking. Under her provision, that no full-time, non-elected employee paid or otherwise.
You want to point, where are you reading?
Under the
I can't hear him.
23:1-2.
One thing, two things, Attorney Smith. Can you speak up?
Sure.
And then can you point out where you're reading at?
The very first statement, where she attempts to deny the rights of an employee to participate in some form of political activity. I'm looking at it.
Whereas the mayor?
No, where it says no full-time, non-elected employee, paid or otherwise, of the office of the city clerk who is involved in an official capacity in the election process shall engage in political activity. That raises the question of the constitutionality, not my job, but the constitutionality of what she's asking these employees to not be able to do. We're looking at it. There's cases that have dealt with this issue, and we're trying to sort that out. And if the cases did not apply, there would have been no problem with signing it. But in this instance, we believe there's a constitutional issue that we want to flesh out before it's signed. So,
Do you
Our
know?
legislative research officer
'cause
weighed on that since he drafted it and he did the research.
well, apparently,
One second. Because I'm going to ask, because I know there's certain departments in the state that have the same policy. So, Mr. Harris? And while he's going to the podium, let the record reflect that Councilman Abdul Rashid has arrived at 8:05 p.m.
Good evening, council members. Kevin Harris, Legislative Research Officer. Yes, when the ordinance was drafted, it was taken into consideration that several, as Council President correctly stated, several organizations, both at the state and county level, do have these provisions. The thought behind the ordinance was to, number one, is the clerk's office has the most direct influence, insight, and involvement in the election process here in the city of Orange. And the purpose of the ordinance was to basically create that separation boundary to ensure that undue influence would not play into and ensure the integrity and fairness of the election process.
the issue is not undue influence. We have no problem. The law is very clear about undue influence. What we're looking at is depriving an employee their constitutional right. That's all.
If Mr. Smith read the ordinance said that nothing prohibits employees from doing this, on their own time. If you're a member of the clerk's office and you're involved in the process, then no, you cannot, no, the ordinance would in fact limit you from participating in those activities.
Well,
Not only
Councilwoman Eason?
Not only that, our legislature research officer drafted it because we got a copy from another town that did the same thing, an orderly down. But I have a real problem with when we send something to the city attorney's office, instead of weighing in on it, making corrections or making suggestions, or making it so it is palatable and we all agree with the same thing, all they do is come and say it can't be done. Well, if you knew it could, if you thought you had a problem with it, why isn't there some recommendation as how we can make this work? That's all we were asking.
Just a second, Attorney Smith. And let me just follow up, Attorney Smith, so you can answer both questions at the same time. When I was, just reflecting on that, I was a state employee and I was in the court system. We could not participate, put anything on any, promotion of candidates on our car or on our lawn. So, but you can vote. And then you still have the privilege, you know how you have the privilege that if you have to leave to go vote, you can do that. So why, and this, in this age, you know, in this sense, that the city employees can directly or indirectly influence, perhaps, you know, just the race when it's going on because they're employees. So why would it be affecting their their ability to, you know, their constitution, terms, I'm sorry. But why are you stating that? Because there are many agencies for the sake of not giving the appearance of partiality or, you know, that they just tell their employees not to be a part of it. That does not restrict you from going out to vote that day. It just means that as a part of this organization, you can't do it because you're indirectly or directly can have an influence that may be perceived or unperceived. So.
What we're looking at is the fact that there have been cases that have come out. I believe Baraka, for instance, I believe there was a case involving a city clerk that's kind of falls in line with what you're asking in this particular instance. Mm-hmm. So in looking at that, we had not come to a conclusion as to whether this is appropriate or not. But also within the four squares of this document, there's other activities that a clerk should be allowed to participate in. Something as simple as putting a placard on their yard. Based on this, they would not be allowed to do it. In this instance, if there was a nonpartisan race or an independent race, well, this document speaks to, doesn't recognize that there are those kind of elections. In fact, we have nonpartisan elections. So in regards to, but to the first point, which is I had never spoke to anyone, I did attempt to speak with the legislative research officer about this particular document to try to see if there was something that we could do to clarify or to delineate what is permissible even for those employees. Mm-hmm. So I take some umbrage with the councilwoman saying that what I don't do, when in fact, as he well knows, we did attempt to discuss it. And so, that being said, my signature is not on here until we're satisfied that there's no constitutional right that the employees in that clerk's office are being deprived of. And having just, in essence, just fairly recently just received this, we want additional time to take a look at it.
And then to my, one second, and to my question?
All right.
And to my question?
And you would repeat your question.
It was just simply that because of me being a state employee, a court employee, and that was just the long term, that municipal or any type of election may have to go before the judge. Sure. And so for that reason, that court employees could not participate or put stickers on their car or put signs on their lawn. They could not show any,
partiality.
Right. And this was from the personnel in the courtroom to the personnel that never even seen a courtroom. It was every employee. But again, when election day came, you still had to, based on the state and federal laws, that if you need to go vote, you make your employer know that you have to go vote, and they will give you ample time to do it if you couldn't do it during, So tell me why that's different, because these employees are more, in my opinion, more directly engaging or, kind of could be perceived as showing partiality if they participate or if they're out walking with candidates and so on and so forth.
Madam President, if I could also interject for the city attorney to consider when he considers his answer. This also applies not only to employees of the election process at the county and state level, it applies to the attorney generals, the New Jersey Attorney General's offices, the various county prosecutors' offices. These are merely things that they are restricted and not allowed to do. So in considering drafting the ordinance, we're not seeking to limit all city employees from being involved in the political process, because yes, that is their right. However, because of the delegate nature of the election process and the fact that the clerk's office and members of the people who are involved, members who are involved in the electoral process are held to a higher standard of integrity, that's the purpose behind the ordinance, the body of the ordinance.
And Councilwoman Williams, and it does say during working hours, say nothing about it there on time. But the placard about putting on the lawn is already in place. That was there before, about putting placards if you were a city employee or in the clerk's office. So I don't know why attorney brought that up, because that was already in place. That wasn't an issue. And the other issue was, and I don't know, just for example, when the mayor decided to do those movie nights, movie days or whatever, they were political events that employees on their job were sitting in during working hours with candidates that the mayor are sponsoring. And I think that is definitely illegal. But that's what was the purpose of those movie days, so that they could introduce his candidates to people. So this is what we're trying to avoid, is having people come out on their time and my tax dollars to do political events for members, for candidates that the mayor is sponsoring. So it should be for everybody.
Right.
If we take out that, then nobody's intimidated. Everybody's on level playing field.
Attorney Smith?
I made my comments. We're looking at the constitutionality of it. We're still looking at it, and we'll be responding in a letter opinion as to its not just its intent, but the practical aspect of it.
Okay. Council members, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam President.
Council members, any other items on the agenda? Seeing none, on the agenda, please.
We have a motion to adjourn?
Move.
Second. Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Vaughn Butler. A roll call.
Councilman Abdul-Rashid?
Favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn Butler?
In favor?
Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes, and Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent.
Yeah.
Motion carries. And council members, is there a need for a break? No. No? Going right into the regular meeting?
This is a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Orange Township held in council chambers on City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Tuesday, May 6, 2014, immediately following the conference meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Do a roll call. Councilman Abdul-Rashid?
Here.
Councilman Corbett?
Here.
Councilwoman Easton?
Here.
Councilwoman Vaughn Butler?
Present.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
Also present, Ms. Smith, Deputy Municipal Clerk, Mr. Smith, City Attorney, Mr. Harris, Legislative Research Officer, Ms. Amir from the Clerk's Office, Mr. Mays, representing the administration.
Thank you.
Requirement of NJSA 10:4-9 et cetera, the Sunshine Law has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in Record Transcript on July 18, 2013. Posted in the bulletin board in City Hall and filed in the office of the municipal clerk. Need approval for the following minutes. Councilman Abdul-Rashid will not be able to vote on these minutes because he was not present, and that would be March 18th conference and regular minutes. Have a motion?
Is there a motion to approve the March 18, 2014 minutes?
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Easton, second by Councilwoman Butler on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes?
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Jones Bell is absent. Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes. 5 yeas, 1 absent, 1 absent. We have the minutes for the conference minutes for April 1st. No, they did not. Oh, that's true. Okay, if we can combine them. Conference and regular minutes for April 1st, 2014.
Move.
Motion by Councilman Corbett. Your second? Second. Second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes?
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent
You cannot vote.
and would not be able to vote. Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes. May I have a vote on the April 15 conference and regular meetings? Councilman Marable, can I vote?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett. Second. Second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
Favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes?
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
Councilman Marable?
Please can't vote. Can't vote.
Oh, sorry. Right. And Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent, and Council President Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes. We have reports. There are no open reports at this time. Department reports, none. There are no constable reports. Council reports?
Housing, Orange Housing Authority. Do we have any reports? Councilman Abdul Rashid?
I attended their last meeting. They moved their agenda. They're moving forward, but it's nothing significant to report.
Do you want the announcement about the grand, do you have that in front of you?
I beg your pardon?
The groundbreaking, do you have that before you?
No, I do not.
Okay. Police?
Nothing to report currently, only that Police Director Simmons has agreed to come to our next council meeting with his quarterly update.
I am going to ask if we could do it on the first meeting in June, because the next meeting will be the budget. May 20th will be the budget hearing, and so I don't want to have a long, and people's attention spans.
All right, as long as that's okay with him.
Director Simmons, the first meeting in June? Yes. Okay, thank you. Fire Department?
No report.
Library?
I have nothing.
Okay. Personnel? No.
Do we float the air for the clerk's position?
No, I'll call you tomorrow and talk about it.
I thought that was gonna go last week.
Yes, ma'am.
Library's leaking again, so that's a library report.
What's leaking, the roof?
Yep.
Okay. Finance Committee, Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
Well, we just really had one agenda item that was pertinent to this evening, and that really was the temporary appropriation. And the Finance Committee is recommending that you pass the temporary appropriation
In its totality?
in its totality.
There's just questions we can,
Did you want me to say something else?
no, because, well, actually, we had, The budget summary.
Okay, so we had a vigorous discussion with the budget consultant, and they are telling us that essentially it is in line with 5 months of spending. So with regards to that, and then, well, I don't want to go into detail, but that's what we're being told, that it's within line with 5 months of spending.
Council President?
And go ahead, Jessica.
Even though with the report that we received from our budget consultant clearly indicating certain areas of the budget where they have already exceeded budget or certainly are on their way over a 3, 4, 5 month period. That's why I don't seem to be very comfortable with us passing the appropriation as written before us tonight because they already appear to be over budget.
And with respect to some of the things, I'm not going to say all of the things, but some of the things, we did discuss that. And the response was, with regards to some budgets, they're actually spent in the beginning of the year. And then there are some budgets that are very much underspent because they don't get spent until the end of the year. So you do see some fluctuation. We should be at about 45% of the budget being spent, and most of the line items that were represented in that report that the budget consultant gave us were around 45%.
So the theory is that it's a wash.
And then you actually have to look at some of the dollar values too, where they're overspent is very low dollar values as well.
And if I can add to it, there was a summary sent last week with the line-by-line items, and I can resend this, some didn't get it, but it did show the line-by-line items, and when you looked at each line, it did show that some departments were maybe 77% spent. I think it was 2 or 3, but when you look at the average of all departments, it was 45% spent.
Oh, yeah.
The average of all spending, I'm sorry. And you want to talk about the contract?
MB,
She'll just be here.
Yeah.
At the June meeting.
yeah.
There was a contract for media services, and it was below the threshold, so it did not come before this council, but the organization will be before us at the June meeting to introduce itself. And then you can ask questions. And you can ask questions, you'll be before us at time.
Is that one that the council is sponsoring?
It's from the administration,
Media services for
the city.
TV and all that?
No, this is just, I'm gonna say, it's more public relations.
Yeah, they hired a new public relations person, did you know?
Yes. As of March 24th, and she'll be at the June meeting.
Do you have can you give us a heads up in terms of the dollar amount?
6 months, 17.5.
Who will be at the June meeting?
I never got her card, but
It's me,
it's
go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilman.
it's NBD Media Associates, and this is a public relations person, as Council President indicated, that is going to be doing public relations for the city. And she wants to come and introduce herself and talk about the services that she's going to render to the city, and she'll do that in the June meeting.
So if we,
Will, if I may just finish, just very briefly. So will she be representing that position as an individual person and/or as her firm and/or company will be representing the city in that capacity?
Her firm.
Council President, to Councilwoman Grant Butler, is that the same individual that we met at the fire department not
Yes,
too long ago?
exactly. That's the same person.
Thank you.
well, if they're spending money to hire a new person, what is Keith Roster gonna do for his $74,000?
I know that's a rhetorical question, but I think, I mean, it's a valid question, but Director Mays, do you want to respond? Okay.
I'm not sure. I need to follow up on that. I'm not aware of the new company or anything like that.
Council President,
Councilman Abdul
I
Rashid?
was remiss to not mention the fact that I was at the Orange Housing Authority Monthly Development Corporation meeting, and suffices to say they're moving forward with their last project as they move forward on their first or second part of the project. So they're moving forward. I believe they got the grant, or they expect to get the grant in June if they don't already have it.
The Walter G?
Yeah, the only Walter G third
No, I
project.
thought you said the next project. I didn't hear you say that. I apologize.
No, the one and only project that they've been working on for the last couple of years. The last leg of the three-leg project.
Okay. And that's the announcement. Did you want to announce that for the public?
I beg your pardon?
The announcement I just gave you for the public?
The Orange Housing Authority is having its groundbreaking ceremony at 203-219 Oakwood Avenue on Thursday, May the 15th, 2014 at 11:30 a.m. And I'm sure this document is available in the clerk's office, and I'm sure you can call the Orange Housing Authority and/or the mayor's office, and perhaps even Marty May's office with any further information. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, going back to the finance, the contract commenced on March 24th, 2013, and the amount is $17,500 for 6 months, and the first bill is on the bill list. For MBD, because services have been rendered.
So you know what the obvious question is.
Yes, sir. No, I don't. I'm sorry. What is
The obvious question is, how can they possibly bill someone who has not come before the council for approval or authorization for
That's,
services rendered?
That was the first statement I made. It was below the threshold, so they did not have it.
It's all kind of loopholes,
She just came on
man.
board.
Council,
I said March 24th, 2013.
Council
That's
President.
over a year ago.
2014, I'm sorry. It's March, thank you, Councilman.
Council President, is that the same individual that my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Bertler, was referring to?
Yes, sir.
What you referred to in the presentation of a firm, she said that it would be an individual.
No, she said affirm.
Affirm.
I beg your pardon. So she has already commenced.
Yes. I believe she was at the event at the fire department, as Councilwoman Butler said. Any other discussion on reports not on the agenda?
Okay, there were no communications or petitions. And we're up to number 7 now. Pursuant to Section 4-10 of the Code of the City of Orange Township, each person addressing the council shall step up to the microphone, shall give his or her name in an audible tone for the record, and unless further time is granted by the presiding officer, shall limit his or her address to 10 minutes. The public is expected to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Any derogatory, abusive, or threatening statements will not be permitted. The chair will immediately rule such conduct out of order and terminate any further comments.
William R. Lewis, and could everybody please speak louder because you're having a hard time hearing what you're saying.
Thank you, Council President, members of the Orange City Council. My name is William R. Lewis. I live at 688 Mosswood Avenue. One of the things I want to remind you of, because I've spoken about it before, that if you have good manners and observe protocol, you can do well in this profession. And there was something that happened at the last meeting. There was a misunderstanding of the questions I asked. I'm going to cover it under this big umbrella. And you really have to look at the role of ward councilman versus at-large councilman. This is written down someplace. I've written it down, written about it sometime. But in essence, the ward people are responsible for anything in the ward. Councilmen at large cover areas of responsibility similar to the mayor. So they'll be interested in UEZ, bids, interaction with the Board of Ed, state legislature, federal government, county government, et cetera. And in the event there's a ward councilman absent, then an at-large person may be asked to respond and fill in that absence. Now, with regards to recognizing people, which touches on what happened previously, the issue there was, why was so, in this case, this was a case of resolution being sponsored by someone who was not the ward council member of the person being represented. Very simply put, the way you handle those is you talk to them. If someone stops you on the street or in the store or calls you and they tell you about some issue, then you separate out the at-large responsibilities from the ward responsibility and delegate that to the ward councilman. And give an example, best thing. Former high school mate of mine became the head teacher at the Hillside and Valley Child Development Center. She came here from East Orange. She had a lot of knowledge about money and community development block grant, and they weren't getting any money. And she said, well, why don't you talk to Bill Lewis? So they invited me over to speak to their board, and I told them how the process worked. I said, but you are in the West Ward, so I will tell the councilwoman about that, Maren Silvestri at the time, and let her know that we had this meeting and what it's all about. But you need to contact her to put forth your case. If you don't get any satisfaction there, then come back to me, and that's the way we handle it. And that's the way we did a lot of things, throughout. And the worst thing is to have someone who has a surface idea of what's happening in the ward and go in and try to start something, and the ward council person is fully aware of it and is on top of it and so forth, and you're going to get conflict there. And I won't even get into that. One of the reasons why your mayoral candidates come from the at-large is for the reason that their jurisdiction mimics the mayor's activities. And so there's always a question when you run from the ward for mayor, then you got to explain how you gone to mine expansion school and you can cover all these other things. Okay. The other thing I'm concerned about in that regard is I'm concerned with the manner in which two of your colleagues dropped out of the race. When I left the council, I announced it in January because that's when people pick up their petitions and it gave the greatest opportunity for anyone who was interested to file petitions. And to wait until the filing deadline to withdraw from the race or drop from the race provides a great disservice and raises questions about the individual. And but that's a concern. But that has to do with planning, and you got a forward plan. Life's not easy. It can be. It looks easy from where some people sit, but that's because they don't know all the planning and work that went before that made that thing look easy. Now, let's go on to this agenda here. Resolution 124, in there, this is at the FOM documentation. In there's some talk about costs, and you're asking the public to support the costs, and there's no cost analysis. So you need to cover that. Resolutions 126 and 127. Question arises, who said that revenues died that generated a resolution in memoriam? And where did Dickens that come from? Because I know he's a resident of South Ward, and I know I missed it. I thought I just blew it, But then I see when I look at the agenda, I see you canceling it. That was a mistake, and the resolution is another resolution is submitted to honor revenues for his service. But, and those are things you got to watch. I mean, you look, that's embarrassing, you know, and it's not difficult. Because all you do is look in the paper. And that's what I thought, because I looked. Okay. Now, before I sign off, just say that that Superior Court fine is now up to $715,000, and you're still delinquent. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
If you could just stand, Mr. Harris is going to respond to one of your statements regarding Mr. Hughes.
That was my mistake, Mr. Lewis. I drafted that resolution, and I believed it at the time to be a memorial resolution. It was after the council president, I spoke with her. She noted my error, and I did seek to correct it. So I do apologize. I hope you. Well, it was my mistake, and I apologize. I didn't want to hope I didn't create any
The
bad.
church is in the North Ward. This is in the South Ward.
You got to
I would have expected something to come from
Church is in the East Ward. Church is in the East Ward.
Thank you so much.
Okay, East Ward, move.
Mr.
Never
Dyer?
was in the North.
Good evening, City Council. Bruce Meyer, Berkeley Avenue, address on file. Well, let's hope that spring is here finally. I'll start off with some general comments and go to my specifics. You walk up to somebody elected to represent you, and they take a gun out of their pocket, and they spin the thing, and they put in one bullet. They put it up to your head, and they pull the trigger. I think anybody would be upset about that. You ask, why did you do that? And the person says, the representative says, well, it's no big deal. It didn't go off, and it probably wouldn't have gone off, you know? Well, it's the same situation we have with the fine that's been accumulating since last August, $1,000 a day. There's a lot of things that could have been done, a lot of questions could have been put to rest. There's no reason that it should be assigned to the taxpayers and not to the individuals involved. City Council raised that issue at the time. They could have followed up with a resolution on that. This whole situation of this fine and this putting the gun to the head of taxpayers, the whole thing is based upon protecting the job of the campaign manager of the mayor who wants his job as city manager. It all comes down to the fact that they would not provide information that should be on a public website as a matter of course, that is the law, to do with the questions that were requested from the judge. The information was salaries of certain individuals employed by the City of Orange. The City Council has been trying to get that information for over a year. I put in OPA requests. I've had all sorts of games played by the Chief Financial Officer trying to dodge very simple questions. Seems like simple questions in the City of Orange are never simple question. The other question that was asked by the judge is, what is the job description of the chief of staff? And of course, that information has not been put forth, and it's one of the reasons why we're accumulating a $1,000 a day fine, because there is no such position in the City of Orange, and has never been. That is something that was taken over as something to call oneself that sounded better, and that confidential aid has gone from $15,000 a year to $105,000 a year over a period of 3 different mayors. So, had the gun to the head for what? Because people don't care about citizens, because you can't get information, because we are being dissed, the council is being dissed. On the agenda, this is The second bill list, we've had a very large furniture order, all the mahogany furniture going to the finance department. It seems to me that that was there a few months ago. We've had it several times. As soon as Mayor Hawkins moved in, even before he was sworn in, first thing he did was order furniture and redecorate his office. So offices are getting redecorated with new furniture. All the top wage earners in the city of Orange have gotten raises. I see a lot of new uniforms for the fire department, where we now have more chiefs than we have firemen. It's Christmas time in the city of Orange. We're spending money, something fierce. The library roof is leaking again. That's because they didn't fix it. They turned down the person who would have rebuilt and guaranteed the roof, and they gave it to a friend in violation of the law, and nobody seems to care about that. So it's Christmas time. We're paying, there's $8,000 in furniture at various places. We're continuing to buy computers and things when all it would take is to get a company in here to look at things and try and figure out a plan. There's any numbers of things the Budget Committee has recommended over the years to get things moving, to aim towards more fiscal responsibility, and all that seems to happen is strong arm techniques to get a bond issue passed so that more funds can be put in at a cost to taxpayers, and a way of getting around the 2% tax increase. So from the trenches, from the folks that are paying the taxes, we're not very happy about any of it. Remember, every time you sign one of these emergency bills, like that's come up here for the ordinance, $5,252,000, that becomes part of the budget. When you overspend in the beginning, you have nothing left to do. The budget is a joke. There's nothing left that you can cut. Last year, it was finished in August. Didn't make any difference. Any of the changes you made, any of the line items you changed, they weren't followed through. None of that was followed through. In fact, the chief financial officer said at the last budget meeting, I don't believe we should have details in the budget lines in my budget. They're not worth it. Well, what is a budget except going over the details to see how the money is being spent, to see how we can do better? So, budget process, bond issues, stuff like that, somebody should start doing something.
Caitlin Gordon.
Good evening, Kathleen Gordon, 211 Park Place. It's 1:45 p.m. General comments. I would like to add something to the gentleman's introduction from PSENG. Just an aside, not every third-party utility is a bad choice. I myself have been, I have been also approached a number of times, just like yourself, Council President, and turned it down. But I myself seeked out maybe 8-10 years ago, I would think, a clean energy company that gave ahead of the time a number that my electric energy will be about 10% higher than the base energy bill, only electric, provided by PSENG, just on the basis that this electricity would be generated by solar and wind and small water. To me personally, that's a fair choice. I'm willing to pay 10% extra for a cleaner environment. I recommend it to anybody else. Second one, at the last council meeting offline, I spoke with Police Director Sims. I had a kind of a personal concern, not personal, but close to home. Washington Avenue, close to my home, has new signs painted where you could turn left before there is a only forward sign beside the right turn sign. This doesn't seem right. Director Sims told me personally that this doesn't make sense and it is a wrong that is never been and still isn't only no left turn sign, but I would appreciate it being confirmed publicly that this is not going to create a left turn there, not going to be creating a traffic violation. These are my general comments. 48, 49. As far as agenda items, temporary budget appropriation. Through you, Council President, to Councilwoman Gant Butler. You, Councilwoman, mentioned that you've been told that being at 45% is where we should be, and there is no overspending. However, I made a little calculation here. At the 5/12 of the year is 0.42. So 42% would be being at budget. 45% is above, 3% above budget, less than half a year into the year, and by the end of the year, it would be, with this rate, would be about 7. I shouldn't say. It is 3% above last year's budget at this point. By the end of the year, with this rate, it would be 7% above last year's budget. And because of the 2-year cap, beyond last year's budget, it will be 5% extra above the budget. So if Mr. Lurch told you that it is being at budget, he clearly wasn't right. Second, resolution to extend the water sewer management contract with United Water. The Lurch and Affiliates study has pointed out, it was discussed here before, that the United Water cut a good number of corners while under contract. A phone conversation today with the secondary or primary author of this study, I am not sure, provided the data that if the water sewer operation would be taken over by the city itself, which is an option in the study, it would save only $150,000 per year only, or in the first year, because if you go on, as expenses grow in a compounding fashion, so does the savings. So according to this logic, by the 5th year, it may be closer to $1 million in savings, in total, that is. I am interested to know why the administration selected the options to renew the contract with United Water. Additionally, the study looked at two types of billing operations. Two types of billing operations with both scenarios, meaning scenario 1 being United Water and scenario 2 being city, under the city operations. So I would like to hear if the billing structure is staying the same or to be changed. I have about 3 minutes. I would like to listen to the responses and reserve 3 minutes to respond to those. Thank you.
Ms. Gordon, regarding your general comments, the gentleman from Public Service, Mr. Scott, did say that all third parties are not bad. So
I heard that.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Mays, did you want Director Sims to refer to that signage, or did you want to respond to it?
I'm not familiar with it. If somebody can let me know about it, I'll look into it.
Okay, Director Sims? And actually, where's this area at? Washington? There?
Washington and Park Place. If you're coming out of East Orange, coming into Orange on Washington, you make the left on Park Place. I believe that's East Orange at that intersection, so we're going to have to confer with East Orange there because they have a sign painted on the street for going straight only, where it would suggest that you can't make a left. But as I explained to Ms. Gordon, make the left. They can't stop you there because there was no conferring with this city that they were putting a sign on the ground there. Okay. So we're going to have to just talk to them. But it doesn't prevent anyone from making that left turn.
And it looked like a new sign, you say?
Well, it's not a sign. I'm sorry. It's painted on the asphalt.
Got you. Okay. So you'll direct them?
Yeah, we'll talk to East Orange about that.
And Mr. Lurch actually said his statement was you're right about where you should be. And Councilwoman Gordon, you want to refer to how you paid some of the bills all up in the beginning of the year, so that's why.
I can't remember the example that we looked
Insurances,
at.
I think it
Oh,
was
that's right.
insurance.
It was insurance.
Mike.
So, oh, I'm sorry. So, for example, one of the things we discussed was insurances. A lot of times, insurance is paid at the beginning of the year, so more of the budget would be spent on that particular line item because it is paid in one lump sum at the beginning of the year. Then some things are prorated over the 12 months, so then you would get incremental spending. And then some things are paid at the end of the year. I can't remember the example we discussed for that either. But there was something that had a 0% spending amount because it's not paid until the end of the year. So that's just to give you an example.
And I can't even think, Mr. Mobley, I just lost his name. Can you, regarding the, can you come to the mic, sir? I think also during the study, the water study, when the question was asked, if we were to do the water in-house or keep outsourcing it, it was basically a wash, so you could do either or. Was there a reason why we chose to continue with United Water as opposed to bringing it in-house immediately?
There were a couple of things that drove the administration's decision to ultimately decide to renew the contract. One is that by law, we are required to have a licensed water operator. The state has contacted me on several occasions to inquire about the status of the city having a licensed operator because they are aware that the contract that we have with United Water has expired. As many of you know now, we are dealing with some other litigation from the state as it related to the Orange Reservoir Dam from 2010, where the city was fined $7,500. Originally it was $15,000, but it was $7,500. So the administration was concerned about not being in compliance with DEP as it related to having a licensed operator. That being said, Mrs. Gordon is right that the report did indicate that we could realize potentially a savings of $150,000 a year. One of the things that we did when we looked at renewing the contract, rather than renewing it for a full 5-year term, we decided and we negotiated with United Water. And what we did is we struck a deal that allows us to renew it for 5 one-year terms. And so at the end of each one of those one-year terms, the city has the flexibility to decide to renew or not to renew. So potentially within that first year, if we wanted to take the time and really examine what it would mean to bring that in-house, we can do that. Because, for instance, there's equipment that would have to be purchased, trucks and all other types of equipment. We probably have to bond for that, and all of that needs to be discussed. So the 1 year gives us the flexibility of doing that. That being said, let me also suggest to you that I've had the opportunity to work very closely with United Water over the last couple of months, and I can tell you that they have been very, very responsive. As you all know, we've had a very difficult winter this past year. We had many breaks in our system, and United Water was there both during the day and at night. If we needed to pick up the telephone and call Steve House, who is a project manager, who, let me say, is in here with us tonight, he was there. And so we've had a chance to work very closely. Yes, there have been some issues in the past, but I'm confident, and I'm sure Marty Mays will attest to it, that United Water has been responsive to our needs. And so we decided, why don't we go ahead, renew it for these 5 one-year terms. It gives us the opportunity to work with them very closely, see how things go, and then make a decision moving forward.
And just a second, Councilman. Steve, can you stand up so people can see? Okay. And you're United Water representative for our city? Okay. This is so. We'll bring you up later for the other question. Okay. Thank you. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
That was my gesture.
Okay. Any other? Thank you. Ms. Mobley. And thank you, Ms. Gordon.
I have 3 minutes to go, so I would like to.
No, actually, you don't, Ms. Gordon. You actually started at 8:45 and it's 9 o'clock now.
Council President, the responses don't go into the, it's very clear in the ordinance that the speaker is allowed to speak 10 minutes and the responses are separate from the speaker time.
Ms. Gordon, you're still at 9 o'clock and we're at 15 minutes right now.
No, I didn't. I had 7 minutes. I made it clear. I commented on it. I am at 48, 49. I am at 7 minutes to the hour, and I have 3 minutes to go.
Ms. Gordon, I disagree with you. I'm counting. Mr. Mobley got up at 8:48. He talked for approximately 3 minutes. What is...
Mr. Mobley's time is not my time.
But I'm saying, in consideration of that, we're at 15 minutes now.
No, I didn't. 7 minutes is 7 minutes. When somebody else speaks, I don't speak.
Okay, Ms. Gordon, we can respectfully disagree. What additional items do you have?
No additional items. I would like to respond and ask questions on the answers I have gotten.
There's not going to be time for that, Ms. Gordon. You're welcome to contact Mr. Mobley or...
No, I am going to submit a complaint about you not following the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart?
Good evening.
Good evening.
First, I would just like to say I missed being here the last meeting. I was preparing for my birthday luncheon, so I had to decide which was more important.
That had to be tough on you.
It was tough, but I did it. I want to just sort of piggyback on the water situation. I listened to it. It's also a concern of mine. With our water condition, I would like to ask if the council can ask for reports on the condition of our, I guess, the services from United Water and the condition of the water itself.
I'm going to have him come up later to speak about that, and you should have received a card in your mail about that today.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that was what I will, wanted to have you do. And along with that, the only part that I kind of would sort of agree with, the 1-year period, wherein you can terminate the agreement, because personally I don't think that United Water gave us the best services that we could have gotten under the conditions that we now have. I guess they would probably argue that point. I want to also go, I think it's the resolution dealing with the pavement of the certain streets that you will be doing. Let me see if I can get to it right fast.
I'm sorry. 12014, 120.
Yeah, with that. And I guess that brings to mind Oakwood Avenue under the overpass is really, really bad. And I've noticed that you finally did the one on the street near, between the building, the new building that you just pretty much completed after I don't know how many cars have been damaged before it was repaired. But what can we do about Oakwood Avenue under that underpass? There's a lot of holes in the road, so that it's really bad. So I want to know if that can be put into consideration. There were some other things that I wanted to ask. I noticed you didn't get a report on the library situation. I don't want to say situation, but the status of the library. Is it flourishing and everything? I was by this the other day, and the wind had just blown all kinds of trash on the yard. It could be done a little differently, manicured better, because that's a landmark that's really should be outstanding, not just when you go in. And I understand that it's leaking now. You have bigger things to concern yourself with, but that's the outward appearance as well. I want to also just ask about recycling. I've mentioned that several times. That's supposed to be something that's ongoing, and I want to know if it's really working. Do I need to continue recycling, or should I just put everything in, with the regular garbage? And if you are recycling, what happens to that funding that you're supposed to, get from that? I want to, and I'm hopping all over. I'm not as organized as some of the other speakers, but I want to try to get it out. But I want to jump to the post office, the parking, the condition. When I say condition, I mean the wait time. And I think Orange is known for being one of the worst in terms of servicing the residents of Orange. So I was wondering if it was anything that can be done about that. And the parking space that that's in the back, I don't know if the city, it was some mention of that during my last meeting. Who's going to get it? You're giving it up, where the trucks and everything park in the back. I'd like to know, a report, an update on that, your goals, and what does it mean for the residents of Orange. I want to also thank my Marty, I'm jumping, for replacing the garbage can that was damaged during the snowstorm. It was on the corner. We have them, hopefully, for people who are passing that need to drop their garbage in and not on the street as they pass in our neighborhood. And I want to say thank you for finally getting done. And then I want to move on to, and I always say that the mayor should be here, on his position, and I see that Mr. Mapp is not here. So we have a lot of the, I guess, the top people that are not present. And I still say, Marty, I'm not saying what you're doing, but that space should be taken over by the proper people so that Marty can do what he needs to do for the city. And I'm not saying that you're not doing it, but it will give you more time to do your job and not filling for someone else. And I say, I hope the mayor hears that. So I want to put that out. Hopefully he will start coming to the meeting. He needs to be here, even if he's not asking any questions, and even if he is your guest. I just believe he should be here. There was one other thing I wanted to say, and I touched on it, and this has to do with the police car, the new one that you have. I think it's, and it's just my personal take, I think it's bad the way you have them painted all black.
You told us what.
Yeah, you have to be, you have to be up on it to see it. And I'm going through other municipalities, they have their regular black and white car, that that it is what it is and what it's supposed to be. And I don't know, I do have an idea why you went that way, but I think it's wrong for people. You're bigger than that. Than having cars that look like, just a black spot. And I'm just hoping that in some way we can go back to the way it should be. The police car is the police car, and you don't even need to put the letters on it if you're going to have it in black too. And it just sends out put a bad taste in me as a resident of Orange. And I really think that's just food for thought. And I think it really needs to be dealt with. There was something else that I wanted to, and I had asked, I think it was Director Sims was supposed to check into to do with the city, but I get it. I come back anyway, and
Except on your birthday.
yeah, except for my birthday, if it falls in that line. And the other thing I just wanted to say, I thought she would be here, Councilwoman Bell. I thought she was, I was kind of taken back when I saw that she had dropped out. I don't know whatever reason that she dropped out, but she was in that position. And I guess as a resident, I guess I would have liked to see her, follow things through, but a person, they do what they got to do. So I just wanted to speak on that in terms of her dropping out. You keep it moving. I guess that's what I do. So, Council President.
I'm going to get some people to respond. The library status. I will tell you that it's funny you should state about the debris in front of the library. I know over the last couple of days we've had some very high winds because last week I drove by the library and I had noticed a difference in the cleanliness of it. So I would like to think that that was based on the high winds and how bad it was windy for the last couple of days in the wind, and it was windy to the point where it was out of the ordinary.
Yes.
So let's give it like another 2 weeks to see if they get back to what I had seen a couple of weeks ago. Regarding the Orange Post Office, I want to say I misplaced the newer postmaster's name. I had an opportunity to meet her after we were there, and she's very outgoing. She will be before this council. She's agreed. She's struggling. She's struggling because of lack of staffing. She has looked at her allowable employees, and she's down, and she has, through the chain of command, asked for those employees to be replaced, the ones that left. And one of the things that I will encourage you to do, because it falls under the federal post officers, is to contact Congressman Payne's office. I do know that he's dealing with the same complaint actually in Newark and Irvington, I believe, or Newark, I know. And to have him, so he can start feeling that the citizens of Orange are feeling the lack of customer service, and he can help give her some support, so he can have something, some concrete things to take when he has that meeting. But he is arranging some meetings, and she will be here, because she was very hopeful when we had a conversation, and glad to see that somebody was taking an interest, but it is a bigger part of her frustration as well. And then I'm going to segue to Director Sims, the recycling. I know Park Avenue being one of our community schools, there's a project going through Park Avenue, and I would say, and I would also say that it's illegal to put all garbage together. So while while inspectors may not be on top of it, if they were to see it, you could be fined for it, so just be careful.
But I guess my point is, if you're not making any funds from it, it's supposed, you know.
I'm going to leave it there with you regarding the funds and...
Yep, I just want to add that every year we file a recycling tonnage report. That report was due about a week and a half ago. And what it essentially is we are rewarded monetarily for what we recycle. And last year we were recycling at a rate of 49%, which is very good. And in that account we have roughly about $80,000 that we can spend on anything related to recycling. So we're looking at that right now, looking at replacing and putting different things on Main Street relative to recycling. And Council President also mentioned that our hope is to expand recycling with the school system. We started out with Park Avenue. We have like a little pilot program going with them, but our goal is to expand that. And that would be an opportunity for the city to capture a lot of recyclable items by dealing with the schools. So that's what we want to do. Over the next year, work and expand the recycling of our schools.
And I just want to say, and I don't know if you ride through Oakwood Avenue.
That's
Okay, the mural that's on the wall, I don't know if you know.
Let me get your questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you driven through the underpass of Oakwood Avenue?
No, I will take a look at that. I know it's in bad shape, but I'll take a look at it.
Horrible shape, yeah, so that needs to be a priority. And I just want to get your questions. Okay, library status, I don't think we're prepared, and the mural.
The mural. I guess what I want to say is that, and it's just from my eyes, I think it's well done. It took a long time to get it completed, and I think it tells a story. How many, you know what I'm talking about?
I'll finish up with you.
Okay, but I think it's awesome. So that's a positive response, that it's in my neighborhood and it looks good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. And I will be piggybacking on the mural, and we'll be talking about it during the budget. During the budget, because it's a citywide, it's something that's your action's been working on a long time. The artist, Mr. Freeman, who lives in the South Ward, I believe, is doing a great job. And what's amazing, and I encourage everybody to go by there, sit with him, and just see the feedback that comes through there. The concept was put together through administrators and with the help of the with the students, with the help of administrators and the students at Oakwood Avenue, and they directly stated what they would want to see as they're walking back to school, and they put all these ideas in, partnered with Valley Arts and our own, oh my gosh, I can't his brother Alfred, Dewan, who's assisting as well, Dewan Alfred. So it is a community project that started in the hall, well, that started from the minds of various people in Orange, but has been developed right in Oakwood Avenue School. So it will be, they have their eyes on the next site, and they're trying to work on that. And I think the one question you asked about Essex Avenue, how that got paid, that was a part of the development. That was not your tax dollar. That was a part of the development. The money. They had to do that as a part of the development. Okay. Motion to close citizen comments. Moved by Councilman Corbett, seconded by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor? Any opposed? Moving right on to citizens' comments. Council comments, sorry, I wanted to hear more citizens. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Easton? Where's the phone? I thought you asked. Oh, Councilman Court asked about you.
This is a couple questions for Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, on Summer Street, they are requesting bumpers for traffic. The traffic is really bad there. And one of the construction companies there is willing to put them in at no cost to the city. Is that possible?
On Summer Street?
Yeah.
All right, I have to look
Can a
into this.
construction, can he do it for the city?
I'd have to look
I'll give you
into
his
it.
number. You might
Typically,
want to talk to him.
okay.
Other things real quickly, and then I'll go into Cleveland and Washington. There's a pole down, and I forgot to tell you about.
Okay.
And is Burnside completed?
I don't think it was totally completed yet because
Is it started?
I know it was started but not completed.
And the catch basin on North Day Street. Did we get that clean?
Okay.
I don't know if the council is aware, but the city was awarded, during my walk into the city, you learn a lot of things. The city was awarded $239,810 for, it's called the Orange ACA Navigator Project. Lo and behold, the Orange ACA is located at 523 Park Avenue. It's a community-based system to help enroll uninsured individuals and small businesses. And the person running that is our own director, Wendy Sykes. So I would like to make a request to the council. I don't know if any council members heard of it, how we accepted the money, how the money is being spent or dispersed. So Councilwoman Williams, could we make a request for Wendy Sykes to come to a meeting? Maybe then that needs to be done at the next meeting so we can know how that's benefiting the city of Orange and why the office is sitting over at 523 Park Avenue versus in City Hall.
Yes.
I mean, it was awarded to the city, so I need to know, and are we paying her double for that job and this job, or we just need some insight into that? And real quickly, I want to talk about a couple of things that's been hot. And as you know, we're going through an election. I just want to encourage the residents of Orange. On May 13th, please go out and vote. There's a lot going on, and I know some of the issues that came up tonight that residents talk about. We have even bigger issues. Our city is under siege. And on May 13th, we are fighting for freedom. That is why I sponsored the ordinance about protecting our employees. And I looked in the paper, and let me just say this. You know, when they say, when the world deals you lemons, you make lemonade, I want to make a little lemonade here tonight. There was two pieces that went out from this administration, Wayne Warren, Willis Edwards, Keith Roster, and my opponent, that talked about, I don't know why the mayor would send out a negative piece talking about how filthy his city is in the crime. I mean, he's the mayor. I mean, why would you even send out a negative piece about a candidate? Because, see, they want my seat so bad, they're willing to lie, steal, and cheat, which is just a shame, because I won't let them spend the money the way they want to spend it. But why would the mayor, and every piece that you see for the candidates that he's sponsoring is being done by Keith Roster. The man we're paying $74,000 a year, who cannot get our Channel 35 working, you can't get our website over, but you can send out all of this negative and all of this paraphernalia for the candidates that the mayor is sponsoring. And he said in the paper that he wasn't sponsoring anybody, but he has 3 candidates because he wants 3 seats. Because I guarantee, I want the residents to know, The one priority that our mayor has, he wants to make Willis Edwards our business administrator. So he's willing to do anything. And to lie, steal, and cheat. I mean, my car was vandalized. My signs have been stolen. My banners are being stolen. I mean, I came out one night, his administration had vandalized my car. I mean, we need to bring honest government back to this city, and until we do that, we cannot move it forward. People need not to be intimidated. I had a fundraiser last week, and Willis Edwards came and sat there like a stalker. He said to one of my guests, if you go in there, you would not get any more business in this city. Isn't that a shame? Isn't that a shame? That elections has gotten to that. We need to go back to where people can feel free to do what they want to do, socialize, go to things, and not be intimidated by our administration. And that's so heartening. And then he talks about investigation. I'm not under an investigation, has never been, and never will be. And I have one family member that works for this city. Haven't asked for any friends to get hired or have any friends working for this city. So, and I guess he figures by us controlling or trying to control the budget that we're stopping Orange from moving forward. We're trying to save taxpayers' dollars. And the only investigation I'm in is the one he created. I mean, that's amazing, but little did he know. You guys remember that day back in October when I sort of fell off the roof because he got up and lied about I wanted my son to be the director and this and that and the other. Well, that October, I became a Don Zimmerman. I did not only document it, I sent it to the Lieutenant General's office, the FBI office, so all of that is documented. He was trying to buy my vote, but he wants to say, what is this, a high-ranking official to hire and promote her family members? I didn't have any family members to hire and promote. He didn't hire my son. My son was already a lieutenant when they took office, so they had nothing to do with that. And I just want to say that if we can't run elections fairly and honestly, then there's something wrong. We're 2.2 square miles. There's no reason. 60 years, I only been in office 12 years, so they even lied about that, 16 years in office, so to make it look bad. But you guys need to take a look at what's happening. And he does have 3 candidates in the race. He got one in the South Ward, it's showing Ingrid Williams or Murphy Wilson. He got one in the East Ward, and it's not Kerry Coley nor Rayfield Morton, and he's got one in the North, and it's sure not me. I don't want him to support me, because we need to make sure we have honest and fair government in this city. And the only way we're going to do that, we need to start to think about how we're going to clean house. So I'm asking the residents on May 13th to come out and vote for clear, honest leadership, someone that's willing to fight for you and tell the truth. And I want to say this to Mr. Mays and our Director Sims. On the books, we have ordinance that says there should be no signs on poles, not in any of that nature. So if I wake up on Tuesday morning and there's signs on poles all over my ward and you guys don't take them down, I'm going to charge all of you, because that is a legal law. I do not want my ward looking like, because they don't come and take them down after the election, so it stays on the poles. Right now, it's clean. Should be any signs for anybody on any poles. Or trees. So Mr. Mays and Director Sims, is he still here? It is your job to enforce the law. And I'm hoping the person that Mr. Edwards threatened that my function will do something about it. I already did. I sent it to the Attorney General's office, because this has got to stop. It has got to stop. I pay taxes in this town. Nobody has a right to touch my car. I don't care who's running for office. And if this is what this administration is doing just so they can get a seat and get 3 votes on this council, then guys, we are in big trouble if we don't do something about it. The council needs to unify. We need to learn how to speak up and not be afraid. Speak up and not be afraid. Just like I told the young man at the library, he knows it's leaking. Come tell the council the library is leaking again. But everybody's afraid of their shadow, including our city attorney. So let's just see if we can move this town forward and do what's right and what's just and do what we're getting paid to do. And that is to support the residents of the city of Orange. And I don't know why in the newspaper the mayor chose to write this for my opponent about Cleveland Street School. I know for a fact he's never set foot in there. So on the times that we went to Trenton to work to try to get the expansion for Cleveland Street, not one time did our mayor volunteer to go with us, or did he go? So I'm just saying, on election day, everybody needs to vote. And they need to put people in office that's not afraid to fight a battle and make sure that the residents get what they deserve and get what they deserve for their tax dollars. And that's all I have to say.
Attorney Smith, briefly.
Just briefly, I have to say I was remiss. When this ordinance 11/2014 first came up.
Let me let you speak at the end. Let me let you speak at the end, because I don't want to.
No, it'll be brief. Merely this. Councilwoman Eason, was of the impression that I didn't sign it for some political reason. The fact is, the mayor supports this ordinance. His only direction to me was to make sure it's constitutional. So she stands here and berates him, not realizing that in fact he has no problem with the tenor of what this is intended to do. He only wants it to be constitutional. So in fact, I would even suggest the type of comments she's making was above and beyond council comments, and in fact was her own political speech.
Councilman Eason, Councilman Eason.
I did not berate the mayor.
Okay.
I only stated the facts.
Councilwoman Butler? Councilwoman? Yes. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple of council comments. First, I wanted to congratulate the administration on two initiatives that they, I guess, occurred this past weekend. I was not able to attend, had multiple functions to try to get to, but certainly the opening of the baseball season, I wanted to congratulate them on that, as well as the Clean Streets Initiative. Somehow, in my mind, I see that as a continuation of the Vivian Gaunt Beautification Project. So I want to congratulate them on both of those items. With regards to the budget hearing, now we initially had one budget hearing, and I was very disappointed at that budget hearing as I articulated. But I wanted to make it known to residents that that is something that they really need to come out and attend. It is important that they hear what is being said at those meetings. And it's also important for the administration to make sure that those meetings are televised for residents that cannot attend. As you know, we are working with a deadline of June 17th so that taxpayers can hopefully see some kind of adjustment in their third quarter taxes, and I think it's imperative that we don't delay those hearings. I also wanted to just make a comment to Councilman Corbett. I wanted to thank him for organizing the town hall meeting at Forest Street School. I thought it was a huge success, and I think that residents in the Valley have some serious concerns, and I think the administration was responsive in trying to address those concerns, so I want to thank him. And that's it for me. Thank you, Council President.
Corbett?
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman April Gaunt Butler. I want to thank you for attending, as well as Councilwoman Linda Jones Bell and Council President Donna Williams for attending the event. I also want to thank the administration for working with me on this. We worked together to make this happen. I also want to thank in particular firefighter Ruben Padilla and Local 10 President and Elvin Padilla for donating food and drink to the town hall meeting. I would not have been able to do it without them. The fire department in particular has always availed themselves to me regardless of the event that I might be holding, so I want to thank them once again. There is some talk going around town right now that the council has begun to make cuts to the budget, but I want to be clear that the council has not made any cuts to this budget. We are still going through the hearing processes through the various departments. We have not begun to do our own due diligence yet, so I want to be clear on that one. Mr. Mays, I know I've been, sort of like a pain in your side when it came to putting the tile back in the ceiling here. Now I want to know, what are the chances of us painting this council chambers? The stains that are in the tile, I just feel that we're better than that, and we should be able to make a better presentation of our council chambers. Do you think that's possible? And of course, at the very minimum cost of making that happen.
All right, let me look into it. Definitely get back to you.
All right, thank you. A couple of things also. On Bell Street, as I was driving through there, I did look up and I saw a pair of sneakers hanging over the wires that run from one side of the street to the other, which of course everyone knows what that means. So if we can get those removed, I'll be temporarily grateful. There seems to be speeding on Lincoln Place. I got that report from a resident just recently. They seem to be riding through Lincoln Place very fast, and we know that's a very narrow street. So that's a concern. Berwick Street also needs to be resurfaced. I got some complaints about that. And recently, we installed a three-way sign at the intersection of Lincoln Avenue and Frankfurt. And I noticed how folks are not adhering to those stop signs. I witnessed it myself, and I got various reports from others in the area that folks are, and I know it's new, so maybe that's why they're not catching it. But I can tell you one thing, Director Sims, if you were to put a man out there, you would probably put out quite a few tickets and probably help, add some revenue to the city's account. I think that. Final comment to Councilwoman Eason's remarks. Orange didn't used to be like that, where, in particular during council election, where the ward seats are up, Orange was never like that, where we had so much mudslinging and, just so much, craziness out there. You would think that these positions was paying $100,000 a year. And at the cost that people are spending on these things, trying to ruin the character of certain council members. I think if you just run on your merit, I think that should be enough. I don't think that people are really concerned about, ironing someone's dirty laundry, if you will, be it true or not true. People are only concerned about what you're going to do for them. All that other stuff really is just hurting you as a candidate to do it. So I'd advise you to try to stay away from it. We all know where it's coming from. And as far as I'm concerned, we need to run them out of town, and I hope we're able to do that in the very near future. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Marable.
Thank you. There have been several references to the budget and the budget process. Councilman Corbett referred to the council as we, as his proximity to Councilwoman Eason. I think that's rubbed off on him. I have begun to make my own cuts to the budget. We haven't, but I think it behooves us all to do that individually and quick, fast, and in a hurry. But the first scheduled budget hearing was adjourned mid-hearing. The second was canceled. The third was canceled. I saw today or yesterday a schedule for future meetings, and then, well, I had seen that previously, but I saw then a memo which suggested that those dates were not agreed upon by everyone, therefore they were in question, which in my mind suggests that we may have other hearings that are not fruitful or efficient. Part of the problem with the snail's pace with which we're advancing our budgetary efforts is that the longer it takes, the more money you spend. That's axiomatic. That's not even debatable. The longer you go, the less of an impact you can have on the budget because the more of the money that you've spent. Based on what I'm seeing and experiencing in my last budget process, I'm thinking I'm not going to get to vote on this budget at all. That it will happen at some point in July. And I think there have been several references to the election. I'm not going to weigh in on that side of it, but I will tell you there is a possibility we could have 4 new members of this council come July the 1st. none of whom have ever passed a municipal budget. So not only a significant percentage, but a majority of the people weighing in on a $56 million budget have never seen a $56 million budget. So it behooves us to get going with that process, have hearings that mean something on schedule, and not to wait for we to do things, but to start doing it individually. I've said enough about it. Resolution 120, I heard Councilman Corbett mention Berwick Street. I would add Fairview Avenue to that discussion. I'm just wondering, there had been a request, and I know on my part a response to provide the names of those streets in the South Ward at least that we thought were I thought was most in need of being addressed in terms of resurfacing, and none of those streets are on this. Mr. Mays, if I could, through you, Council President, to Mr. Mays, who prioritized these streets, and what is the process wherein other streets will get attention, and in what order? Because every street in Orange needs to be repaved. You could make an argument for that, but I'm just wondering who made these decisions and what the thought process was.
These decisions were made by me, basically based on the condition of the streets and also based on the amount of money that we received for the NJDOT. So what we tried...
Have you ever seen that show? What's that show with Donald Trump? You're fired. No. I'm only kidding.
What we're trying to do is we're trying to focus in on the streets that are in poor condition, and we have streets everywhere. We have streets under the NJDOT. We also have some streets in the bond ordinance. I know Fairview was just mentioned. That's one of the ones in the bond ordinance. And then going back a couple of months, maybe 5 or 6 months, I did send around something and ask for council members which streets they would think would need to be repaved, so I could compare them to the working list that we have. The city does have a listing of all the streets prioritized in terms of how bad they are by ward. And I believe I did send that out to everybody a long time ago. So if you need it again, just let me know.
Okay. Another council person may speak to this. I'm certainly not trying to turn it into a significant debate, but many of us read about the death of an Orange resident in a housing authority building recently, whose family was not notified in a timely way. It sounds as if, based on what I know, and unfortunately, the woman who passed, her daughter's a good friend of mine. And it's a very sad situation. But it sounds like there's a difference of opinion as to who had responsibility to notify the relatives. I don't want to rehash that here tonight. I don't want to decide what's right, but what I would like is if the city was very proactive in coming to a determination on that issue yesterday. And by that, I just mean as quick as possible. Because the number of seniors in Orange is high. The number who are up in age is extremely high. And God bless their souls, they pass away quicker than any of us. So that this has not come up as an issue before is surprising to me. That it would come up as an issue soon is likely, actually, in my mind. So I'm just asking that we not play, ping pong with this, and that someone make a call. To me, to be honest with you, and I'm just weighing in my opinion, it makes more sense for the housing authority to do the notification. They're there, they have the information, they have a relationship, even with the family beyond the residents oftentimes. I would vote, if I had a vote, for them to do the notification, but I don't care who does it. I want to make sure someone does it, and that's mutually agreed upon as soon as possible. Finally, and I said I was going to be brief tonight.
Council, let me just go to this, because
he was on that.
I know, but let me, because we're going to talk about it at the end.
We also want to talk about it?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Don't bite my time, Councilwoman Mason. 8 years in this position, and one of the most shocking takeaways is, for me, is the extent to which I've become somewhat oblivious to people telling lies about me. You know, you think about it, but it doesn't mean the same as it did 8 years ago. And for whatever reason, my name was most closely associated with the former mayor, Eldridge Hawkins, in terms of a lot of things that were told about me that weren't true. The reality of the situation is I did what I had to do somewhat undercover to try and work with former Mayor Hawkins. I don't know whether this was publicly discussed or not. I don't think so. But at some point, I did take issue with a relative of Mayor Hawkins serving as a judge, a replacement judge, if you will, sitting in. And I did a lot behind the scenes to try and correct what I thought was an improper situation. At the time, former Mayor Hawkins was operating, I think, as an auxiliary police officer. I don't know what title he had, but he was carrying a gun. He was going around the city doing quality of life type investigations, which ultimately led to people going to court. And I thought it improper that someone should be sent to court by the mayor and stand in front of his relative as a judge. And I pursued that issue, and ultimately the Superior Court in New Jersey agreed with me, and that position was not related to the quality of his relative as a lawyer, as a judge. It was unrelated. I didn't care whether his relative was, I don't care who. You pick a name, a famous name of a judge. It was irrelevant. It had to do with the appearance of impropriety as it related to Orange residents going to court and how they were perceiving the treatment. I'm saying all that to say I will not be voting for Resolution 122. That is appointing Michael Hackett as a judge. And the same thing holds true. It is not a statement as to the quality of Michael Hackett. I like Michael Hackett. What is important that we as council members understand is that the ethical standards that we're bound by, to some extent, are greater than those lawyers are bound by. There used to be an appearance of impropriety standard as it related to the rules of professional conduct with lawyers that was done away with some years ago, and I disagreed with it then, I disagree with it today. But our ethical constraints, if you will, as elected officials, does embrace this notion of an appearance of impropriety. I'm not going to say a whole lot more about it, and I suspect that my position is the minority position. But I think Orange residents have the expectation that not only they're going to be treated fairly, but it appears proper. And I have some concerns about this resolution. I will not be voting for it. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you. Councilman Abdul-Rashid.
Council President, through you to Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, as you know, and it's well documented, I requested the three-way stop sign at Lincoln Avenue in Frankfurt. Thank the council again for voting in the affirmative for that stop
Councilman
sign.
Abdul-Rashid, would you be so kind to speak up, please?
I'll try.
Thank you.
Obviously, it's because of the school right there being Lincoln Avenue. Having said that, you also know that I called you with respect to hundreds of motorists passing the stop sign when it was first erected. And perhaps, Director Sims, you don't have to respond. You recall I called you and said that if you put a car there, certainly you would be able to get some monies for the city in the way of tickets. Having said all of that, if you head, Mr. Mays, if you're heading north, I beg your pardon, if you're heading north on Lincoln Avenue and you approach Frankfurt where the stop sign is, the farthest stop sign on the west side of Lincoln Avenue is actually partially blocked by a pole light. That's the first problem. So it seems to me, and perhaps our engineer could weigh in, that if we could put another stop sign in the front of the light pole, that would probably suffice that to some extent. In addition to that, as you know, when I went out there with Tom, the engineer, he said that he would put the white markings to supplement that stop sign. And I called Ray about that. He said that that was to be done relatively soon. Mr. Mays, I just want to thank you. You have responded, and Ray Winfield have responded, and Public Works as a department has literally responded to everything I've asked of them on behalf of the citizens of the West Ward. I implore you to have the Orange Public Works Department go to Lincoln Avenue and Central on the west side of Romeo's Pizza. There's a large strip of a pothole there that's been there for the last 4 months. That is one of the most ridiculous potholes I've ever experienced in my life. As you know, school is right there. Zillions of people intersect at that corner, Romeo's, the fire department, et cetera, the school. If you go there tomorrow, I'm sure you would agree with me that that needs to be filled immediately. Really, all jokes aside. Certainly, if you could just send an inspector to take a look at that. I happen to have a picture of it in my cell phone. I'll forward it to you. To say it's unsafe is an understatement. Having said that, I called you today with respect to the street lights being out at Conover Terrace and Lincoln Avenue and Reynolds Terrace and South Center Street. I communicated that to Roxanne about 2.5 weeks, and I asked you if you would just follow up with her on that so that you could be in the loop. You were on vacation, etc. Did you get a chance to speak with her with that? She said she called the gentleman, the contact person, a couple of times. I don't know where we're at with that.
Yeah, I got to get back to you on that, follow up with you on that.
Okay, she's following up, but I just wanted to make sure. One last pothole, Mr. Mays, at the train station. I don't know if anybody in here have ever crossed the intersection of Lincoln Avenue and Central and or the train station, but those have to be one of the two most severe potholes in the town. Now, I realize that the train station is under the auspices of the New Jersey Transit, which is a State Department entity, believe it or not. But somebody needs to go there and to call them and say that somebody needs to take a look at that. It's like driving over like Nell. It's just ridiculous. I can't even describe it. And so if you could just, A, have an asphalt truck go to Lincoln Avenue Central and fill that in terms of a safety issue and bill whoever, and then if you could just go to the train station and take a look at that pothole there, and it's not a pothole, it's a sinkhole for all practical purposes. Lastly, Mr. Mays, and all of these falls under your auspices, and that's why I'm directing them to you. The lights under the underpass of South Essex Avenue in proximity to the new development at 50-55, it all looks nice, it's really coming along. Will they take care of those lights, or is that something that the city is going to do in conjunction with some wiring I saw being put up under the underpass on South Center Street near the former Meat Center, where the police actually had the street blocked off so the men can do their wiring? I suspect, well, I believe probably that those lights are going to be coming on soon.
Those lights should be on tonight if you go that way.
I was there 48. I was there. Well, I'm not going to debate you, but I was like there 48 hours ago, and I didn't see it. Maybe it is on.
Yeah, I was told today that this is finished.
Excellent.
Right.
That's fine. Can we take a look at what's going to be done with the lights under the underpass on South Essex Avenue in proximity to the new development at 50-55 Essex Avenue? I'm sure something is going to be done because we're going to be having some, you know, new tenants move in. So obviously, I'm sure someone has looked at the lighting.
Okay.
Lastly, I really don't want to conclude on this note, but just briefly, my condolences goes out to the motorcycle driver who was killed today on Scotland Road and New England Terrace. Yeah, I know, I was there. And so I don't want to get into the graphics and everything because he was a human being and his family may be listening, but you know, I just want to give my condolences to whomever that person was that passed away today in a car accident this afternoon. With that, I conclude.
Thank you. Did you have something to respond?
No, not at this time.
At this time, my council comments, I want to start off by bringing the representative from United Water, and I'm sorry, is Steve?
Yes.
And I just wanted to briefly, I know I just misplaced it today, and by mail, I got a little index card from United Water, and stating if you wanted to report on the quality of the water, among other things, that they can do certain things. And I immediately thought that you had been speaking to Gloria Stewart, because this is what she asks all the time. So it is a great card because it lists a list of things that you can just get at a glance, I'm sure on the website, or a request. So if you would speak about that card and just, real briefly about the city and how you're interacting.
Sure. That's a notification of our consumer confidence report that by regulation is required to be sent out annually. In New Jersey, it's by July 1st. It has to be mailed to all the residents. The old regulation had to be mailed. The regulation has caught up with technology, and it can now be posted to a website, but we will mail a hard copy to anyone that requests it. In terms of the water quality, the water meets or exceeds all state and federal standards. There are no pressure problems that I've been made aware of. There are no water quality issues in terms of clarity, taste, and odor, or any other parameter. It's actually, in my opinion, and I've said this to Marty and to Chris, I think the water system is a very good system here. It needs, it needs some maintenance, but that's not like any other system. But the wells are high-quality wells that produce a lot of water. I've been in systems where that's quite a challenge, but luckily not here.
Also, I happened to see on the news this evening, there in Westchester County, New York, they did a competition through all the little towns there about who had the best water, tap water. And I thought that was awesome, because I don't know, well, I guess the question in my mind, that if you didn't have the best water, is there a way to improve it? But it just really announced the town that had, but other towns actually came back and beat them, so there must be a process which you can improve the tap water. But it was really interesting that they kind of, in a competitive way, helped everybody do better with their water.
Well, I actually used to work in Lower Westchester County for several years, and we used to participate in that program. The ironic thing is most of them are getting New York City water. It's all the same source.
Okay, so it's...
but it is a taste test. We used to, where I used to work at one time in Connecticut, we actually held a taste test among a consumer advisory panel that we held. And one resident, it was funny that she thought her town's water did not taste good and chose her water the best tasting of all of them, even among bottled water. So there's been stories done about that on 2020. I have a video I could actually give you that we use where people think that bottled water tastes better than tap, and when they, under a taste test, it's very hard to tell the difference.
Do you have business cards with you?
I do not, but I can certainly get them to you.
I recommend. Well, I think that we would love to take you out to different community meetings so citizens can talk to you one-on-one. And if council members, do you have any questions? None at all? Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We look forward to meeting you. Thank you for coming to meet us. We look forward to having you more in a community setting so our citizens can have questions for you.
Absolutely. I'll get you all my
And
contact.
just to show everybody, this was the card that came out today. Okay, so it came out.
Okay, and I'll get you my information with my cell phone, which is available 24 hours a day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Be careful. Steve?
Next time, bring a lobster.
I came here in kind of short notice from
And you brought a lobster?
Rhode Island, where I'll be heading back to upon completion.
Get our
of this.
lobster? Okay.
That's the lobster.
Thank you. Again, Councilman Corbett, I too want to echo Councilwoman Butler's sentiments of the town hall meeting. Council members have often, in different times tried to do town hall meetings and basically to echoes of the citizens. And sometimes it's been, great, and sometimes it hasn't been great. It's been you and I or whomever sitting there, but that was a really great interactive with citizens asking questions, and it looks forward. I think we have to do that more often. And Director Sims, did you want to come up and talk about the new police cars, or just add a quote? I mean, the new cars are a small percentage because we still have black and whites and other towns.
Well, what is your exact question?
Did you hear Councilwoman, Mrs. Stewart?
Ms. Stewart, okay.
Y'all's comment.
Well, the color of the vehicle, it was a combination of things that the officers that work for us, some of the trends in law enforcement, and it also was a part of a plan that I started in 2012 when we began to talk about purchasing vehicles either through the budget or through the bond ordinance. Now, for everyone that does not know, we have black cars. We have 2 black cars and 1 black truck. And the graphics that are on the cars, it's called subdued. And if you look at the vehicle in the daytime, you really don't notice it, as Ms. Stewart said, until it's very close. But it has lights, and you can see the graphics once they get up close. However, if you've seen it at night, it jumps out at you like it has neon lights on it because of the graphics. Now, those 3 vehicles initially, and will probably still be, part of a traffic detail. Cars like that in a traffic detail, you won't see, especially when you're speeding or doing something you shouldn't be. That's the plan, so that we can stop some of the motor vehicle violations that are happening in the city. Not that a regular black and white cannot do it. However, these are going to be vehicles with radar detectors in it, as well as automatic license plate readers and some other things in the vehicles. So they have a plan. I have a plan for those vehicles. Now, the next batch of vehicles will be similar, but they won't all be all black. Now, it also serves a purpose of change for the police department. We've come from different leaderships, and under my leadership, this would be something they say, well, this is what Director Sims did. So it does have several purposes. Some are serving the men and women of the Orange Police Department, as well as the city, and my purpose as well. So it wasn't something that I did without thought or concern for the residents, nor of anyone else in the county. So I understand Ms. Stewart's complaint. It may not be inviting. It may not seem to be as community-friendly as previous vehicles, but it's my police officers that have to be community-friendly, not so much the vehicle. So if you have complaint about the actions or the behavior, see me about that, because I would rather address that than how the vehicle looks to anyone else.
Council President?
Go ahead.
I just want to go on record, and this is all due respect to you, Mrs. Stewart. You know how I feel about you. But I'm in complete support of the vision of Director Sims. I like those cars because the type of activity that we have in Orange, oftentimes the bad guy doesn't need to be made aware that the police car is on them. They just need to know that the police are there. And so I like the sleek look. Actually, that looks like a dark gray as opposed to black signage on the vehicle. I like it. I support it 1,000%. I really, really like it.
Provided that this bond ordinance goes through successfully and we get the vehicles that are earmarked in the bond ordinance, they all won't be that way. However, it is a shade of gray at night. In the daytime, you will definitely see a lighter shade. So you'll see police, you'll see the phone number and all other pertinent information that's on the vehicle. So it's something that I thought needed to be done because it involves the police officers and it involves the trends in law enforcement.
Director Sims, when we were talking about purchasing the new vehicles, I also thought the vehicles were going to come with tablets for reporting purposes, and I don't believe those tablets have been received to date, have they?
No, they're being used.
So they're not necessarily with the vehicle? So it
Right.
might be...
Right,
with something
correct,
else.
correct.
Okay, all right.
Actually, we were waiting for mounts
Okay,
for the vehicles. They have been used and the system's up and running.
okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Question?
Yes, ma'am. Not quick about the questions.
Now that we're getting cars, what is your plan for new officers, or is there a plan?
I always make requests to fill my table of organization. I'm sure at the budget hearing you'll have numerous questions about that, and I'll try to answer them best we can. We're trying to put forth, as I was told, we're trying to put forth a responsible budget, but I'm always going to ask to fill my table of organization because I need that. I get the constant complaints of I need a police officer to do this, and we have this problem here and there. I cannot address these problems without more police officers, but I'm sure we'll talk about that at the hearing.
Director Mays and Director Sims, I'm sorry, sir, Hickory Street. The ordinance, the changing of the way of Hickory Street has been in effect for probably, over 5, almost 6 months now.
Not more.
And I will tell you that people still treat it as a two-way street. We do, and I came down the other morning, it was just, and an officer, and it was only one officer, and it was so many cars, he couldn't, at one time. So I don't know if it's different types of sign, and as I've talked to you, even at Maine and Cleveland, where people fly through that one way, if we could do something, and you could have a conversation and do something that causes people, because they have accelerated, and maybe with the program going on with the freeway drive, it will help it a lot, but people are coming down that block, and then it concerned me because it was also at a time when the students were going to school, and it was just so much going on that it's just they are not adhering to that.
We, in the beginning, we had barricades up for people that were going southbound on Hickory Street, and they grew feet and they walked away. We put cones out, and they did the same, as well as Lincoln and Frankfurt. We had cones out there, and they walked away. But we'll attempt to put, an officer out there periodically to see if we can slow that. It's a major change in the traffic pattern. I will admit I've done it. That was my zone, so I'm used to going there. But it's going to take time. But I would agree we have to put some enforcement out there, because that's going to change the behavior once enough people start to get summonses.
And as Councilman Corbett stated, and Councilman Rashid mentioned about, putting police officers there and possibly doing a proactive to let people know this is not happening by putting the police car doing it. And it also needs to be done at Hickory. Maybe I haven't noticed it over there, Frankfurt, but also coming off of the ramp coming into Orange. If there are 10 cars on that ramp, 2 cars always make the left. And I actually have seen where you have done little stings there, and the police, when they sit there, they're very busy there. But it's just, they come off and they make that left on Center Street, and it's just, they say you're not supposed, and that was always like that, and they do it. So.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Williams, do you think maybe when you drive and sometimes you see people, is it possible that they can't, maybe we need bilingual signs maybe? Someplace there that says one way in another language in Spanish? So that people, because maybe there's a possibility that they can't read the one ways.
Well, we have arrows on a lot of those other, they're universal signs.
But the one that says do not enter, like down where I live, they come blowing through there. There's a possibility that they don't understand what that.
I'll check with the traffic safety board, see if there's something that we can do.
Maybe you could put below the one way.
It's possible.
Just in language, do not enter.
I'll have the patrol captain take care of that. We'll look into it.
I'm laughing because I think a lot of them speak English that do that. Council President?
Yes, sir.
No, seriously, I really do. That's my opinion. Council President?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was remiss. I just had a question for Mr. Mays. I was remiss. It'll take 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Seriously, Mr. Mays, will you in fact have an asphalt truck there to fill that hole up at Lincoln Avenue Center?
Yeah, I got to see when we doing asphalt.
Okay, and somebody will go to train set. But you can, at your directive, have someone put the stop sign in front of the pole that's
Yes,
blocking the view.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Also, Mr. Garrett, would you come, please? It's nice to see you. We miss you. We think highly, care about you is concerned. If you can give us an update, as I stated out in the hallway, I had a request from a citizen regarding a new building that's going up by South Mountain Arena. If you can give us an update of what's being expanded or what's going on there now or at the next meeting, and do you have any events that you wish to announce?
Actually, I have no events.
Okay.
And with respect to the building, I tried to do a little research today on that. I do know that it's affiliated with the Turtleback Zoo, and it's a teaching facility, but I don't know the details. I don't know sufficient detail to actually give a report on that, so I will be prepared at the next meeting to provide information on that. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Ken Garrett. I'm the liaison from Essex County to Orange City.
And events?
And events.
Oh, do you want to announce any events? Because there are a lot of... No? Okay. Well, you could just email us, but if you get a chance, I think, what did I see? I don't know. I can't even remember, because we got a lot of movie nights and things like that.
I did. I mean, I sent out quite a few.
Okay.
But I didn't...
Bring it with you? Okay.
Or retain the information in my head.
Okay. Thank you. And if you can be prepared, or if there's anything, put them on the table, and we can kind of grab them and state them,
I will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The cancellation of the council meetings, Councilman Mara spoke about that. I will state that...
The budget hearing.
The budget hearings, thank you. That they were canceled, I believe, in an improper format. And what I will state, as amendment council members have seen, the email that I sent out, is that no budget hearings will be canceled going forward unless there is a major exception. If a director does not choose, and just for the record, the clerk's office has coordinated this with the directors. The directors did state that they were available on the dates that are coming up and on the dates that were previously. And as a matter of fact, there was a whole chart that we did. The director said yes first, and then once we got a quorum, we said yes to that date. The problem was that the administration felt that in addition to the department directors being available, they wanted the director of finance and the CFO to be available as well. So on the meetings that were canceled, it was not because the directors were not available, it was because the director of finance and or the CFO were not available. And as I had a conversation with the mayor, I believe that especially when it came to police, fire, when budgets start in a department, go to the director of finance, and it's back and forth, and then then there's a final number. But the directors should be able, and I'm sure they can, defend their budgets. But if they do not come to these meetings, the council can still have their hearing, and we can make our recommendations at that meeting amongst ourselves. But we have to respect the process, we have to respect the timing in which we have to do it, because not moving forward in a expeditious and a manner will cause us to have estimated tax bills go out, and that's not fair to the people the citizens that we serve. So as I stated in my email, and I'll state here for the public, that the clerk's office, I know one of the questions, once we got the budget, and that's another thing, if you can recall, the director of finance was pretty much adamant that we should accept this budget because it was ready to go. So to receive an email to say that it's not ready to go when you already said it's ready to go, I don't understand that. But it's the council's budget right now. We're going to deal with it, and we're going to move forward to making sure that we do this in the most efficient and effective way. Also, there was a letter also put in, this letter right here from the mayor regarding tax liens that was put in your package today. That letter was premature, and the mayor did not have all the facts. The mayor and I spoke this morning, and he did not have all the information. And in simplicity, we had a finance committee meeting, and there was a bundled tax list, and the bundled tax list was not prepared to move forward. However, there was a consideration of, I believe, 4 tax liens that were on the list that were offering to pay 6 that were willing to pay the full amount due. And a recommendation was at the next council meeting to put those 6 up, and the bundle list will be a continued work in coordination with the consultant and the administration. And that was, so the letter was premature and it was rectified. I didn't know that was going to be there, but it has been. The mayor has sent the resolution and asked for it to be walked on, and we'll discuss that at that point. And Carl will make his appeal as to doing it tonight versus doing it at the next meeting. Councilwoman Eason and Councilman Marable just brought up about the incident that happened at 340 Thomas Boulevard. Councilwoman Eason has initiated a request to do a forum and a forum that will result in legislation into a process of how this should be going forward. Attorney Harris has gotten that request. I gave it to him, Councilwoman Eason, to do it, and we will call it the Toller Act after Mrs. Toller, the person who proposed naming of it, will be the Toller Act. And that was a woman who passed away.
Could I make a suggestion?
I'm going right to you as a friend. So that's where we are. Not if council.
I think, I guess you guys saw my response to Councilwoman Williams that we need to legislate that. But first, we got to meet with the building managers to see how it should be handled. Because me as a person, if I had a mother living in a senior building, I would want to know what was going on with my mom before they moved the body. And I think, in my opinion, I thought management did that, but I don't know why there was a breakdown in this woman. So I'm going to ask to work with our city attorney to make sure that we come up with something that everybody can live with, if you don't mind.
Also, Councilwoman
If you don't
Eason.
mind, so that
Councilwoman Eason, they may want to touch base with the Orange Housing Authority city attorney also.
Yeah, so but that's what I said. So do you mind that maybe this time that you and Mr. Harris can work together to come up with something that we can all live with?
Mr. Harris and I have a very collegial attitude towards one another, so that should be an issue.
As well as.
So I just want to put that on the record this time. So make sure that we see if we can legislate it somehow so that there's a format for all buildings to abide by. Because I think the first call should come from the management of the building.
Okay.
They have contact numbers. And I think in today's environment, that's what they do at 98 High Street.
Okay.
But I will double check.
Okay. Director Sims, you one second.
Yeah, I just want to add, in doing that, though, we need to sit down with either someone from the prosecutor's office or the state,
you'll all be there.
because we have a guideline. I've already spoken to them, and we have to accept their interpretation of how this has to be handled. Now, if we're going to mandate that the senior buildings or the housing authority does it a certain way, mandated by this city, that's something different. But we're going to have our own responsibility, and we hope that it piggybacks off of there. So please make sure before we move forward, you involve us.
Yeah, what the meeting will be, the first meeting will be a listening, if you will, a listening discussion, and you will, I'm sure Councilwoman Eason's going to request you to be there, the city attorneys and their attorneys. So it's just to hear, because even in the article, they kind of did a test, and the test kind of worked out that 2 people did it based on how it was done here, and then 2 people did it different, so.
Because HUD might have some other guidelines that they are required to follow. But I think, that, you know, we need to make sure that, and I guess the first question is to Attorney Harris and Attorney Smith is, can we legislate it as a body?
And y'all will have that meeting.
And
Y'all will have.
HUD guidelines will govern a lot of what you're attempting to do.
Okay.
Council President, I started it, so give me the final word on this. I have no problem, you can legislate till the cows come home. That doesn't negate the validity of my point, which is in the interim, someone needs to get together and decide how this is going to go down. We can't wait for that to take action. Someone needs to come up with an interim plan in the short term, because that's going to take months.
And Councilwoman Easton and Councilman Marable, I think you guys have actually responded, Councilwoman Easton in the email, and Councilman Marable. Mr. Director Sims, from the podium, you want to respond to that?
We have an interim.
No, you. And do you want to send a memo out? Can you send a memo out as an interim plan?
I'll check, but we have an interim plan right now that's temporary until a full policy is
And has
instituted.
it gone out to all the buildings?
No, it's going out to my police department, and we're going to handle it. And when they go to the facility, if there's a death, they'll oversee what's happening and ensure that there is a notification, whether it's by the management or someone from the police department.
Okay.
But, guys, Director Sims, but don't you think just as a courtesy and just for compassion, even if it's a homicide or whatever, that the family should be notified before that body leaves the location?
I have to reserve comment on that because of where it is.
It has to be, the area has to be secured so that the person's belongings are not tampered with. So I'm just saying, I just think that, so just more.
It'll all be taken into consideration.
Thank you. And as mentioned also by several members, we had a fatal motorcycle accident, and it's almost a year from the last one. And I just send my condolences to the family and to all the participants, because I'm sure that it was a very situation that shook you up, because even receiving the email, I was shaken. But in terms of traffic safety in our areas, especially during school release, school going, it's very congested. And I ask that from our different agencies that we collectively work on making sure that we're all alert and that we're doing things in a proactive manner. And then finally, in reading, Sunday was the anniversary of the Freedom Riders historical bus trip. And when you think of that historical bus trip, the start of that historical bus trip, I should say, and when you think of that bus trip, and if we read about it, seen footage and/or movies about it, we know that it was, even looking at it, I'm sure that we all are very moved to the point of trauma sometimes about what these young people, and the Freedom Riders were young college students, who made a decision to take a ride on a trip that was very, very racist. And before, I think her name was Diane, I can't think of her last name, one of the people, employees from President Kennedy's office walked up to her in a piece of footage I seen and said, you guys really have to stop. You have to stop. You're putting yourself in danger, and by doing this, we may not be able to protect you. And she looked him square in the eye and said, I filled out my will last night or last week. So she made a conscious decision to do. And fast forward, we're here in 2014 at a local election. And it is a very, very, very popular statement that says all politics are local. We have approximately 30,000 residents in the city of Orange, and half of those, a little bit under half, 14,000, are registered voters. The last time we reached almost 100% voting was during the 2008 presidential election, where we were at 90%. And that was a federal election. And what we have to realize is that you're looking at all of these members who represent the 30,000 people in the city of Orange, and you can knock on our doors, get us walking out of our houses, have us come to your house, talk to us, quicker than you can get to a presidential candidate. And the local laws and the local ordinances and/or resolutions that we pass here affect you directly. So it is very important that on May 13th, when each of us wake up at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, that we wake up to the same type of day that we had in 2008, which was long lines, and constantly through the closing of polls was a line at all the polling stations. If you look at a ward election, the ward election is generally won by 200, 300 votes, and I think the greatest vote, generally speaking, is generally out of the South Ward. But I just want to remind everybody that you can complain if you don't vote. You can. But how much more power are you giving to it when you go and cast your ballot about whom you want to represent you in these seats? So the voting polls are open from 6 a.m. They close at 8 p.m. If you cannot get there, you can call any of us to help call somebody to get you there. You can call the clerk's office and they can direct you. You can call the candidates. But the purpose is vote by mail. There are many options. But to take it lightly about casting a vote that affects your livelihood, your school system, your comings and goings, because it affects how the police laws are made that we have locally, your interaction with each other. Don't take that lightly. I'll never forget, I'm a labor person, and I'll never forget being represented by a labor rep who totally did not represent me, which prompted me to get involved in labor. I became a shop steward and then a business rep. And it was just because it took one time for somebody to represent me who didn't really have me in mind. And I'm saying, don't let that happen to you. So please, get involved, stay engaged, and once the votes are cast, whether it was a candidate that you selected or not, you have a right, and you have, can't think of the next word, but you have I'm sorry, I lost words, but it is upon you to hold them accountable. And people respond to calls, people respond to your constant asking a question, so do it. And don't think lightly about not voting on that day, please. And if the last word I will say again, just think back about during our time when you could not register to vote. It was not an easy thing to do, and the sacrifices people made so that you can vote today and have input on the decisions that are made about your livelihood. Please get out and vote. And again, I will say that all politics are local. And one thing I want to say, I would actually change that statement that say public service is local, because the political time is a very short period. It's from January 1st, when those petitions start, until May 13th to that election. After that, you have employed people, you have elected people to do a job. So all public service with elected officials is local, so please get involved. And in closing, I just want to make the announcements this Saturday. And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, all those who support our communities and households and workplaces, and, through that intuition that we have as women. Happy Mother's Day to you. The Orange The Health and Safety Fair Special Department of Orange High School is having a health fair on May 10th at the Lincoln Elementary School Gymnasium on this Saturday between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. And Orange Community Day, where the departments will be out to answer questions, as well as if you have papers to shred, you can shred on site. If you have computers that you need to dispose of, the county does it, but now we're bringing it locally, so that can be disposed. That event is an Orange Community Day, and it's being held in the parking lot here at City Hall, and that's Saturday, May 17th at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Again, in the rear parking lot. If you have any questions, please call the clerk's office. And also, the dates for the budget hearing are as follows. Thursday, May 8th is the Municipal Court and Law Department. Friday, May 9th, at Library and Community Service. Both of those dates, May 8th and May 9th, start at 7:30. Beginning next week, May 14th, all budget hearings will begin at 6:30, and then on May 14th is Police and Fire. On Thursday, May 15th is Administration, Finance, the Municipal Council and Clerk's Office, and Friday, May 16th is the Planning and Development, Public Works, and Water Operating Utilities. And the budget hearing for the public will be on Tuesday, May 20th at 6:30 p.m. And that also should be posted on the website, but you can get a copy emailed to you from the clerk's office or in the clerk's office. And I believe that's it, the announcements. And again, happy Mother's Day, and remember to get out and vote. Thank you. Clerk, on the agenda.
May I have a motion to extend the meeting past 10:30?
No.
Motion. Motion by Councilwoman Easton, second by Councilwoman Butler.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Not in favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Guard Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent. Thank you. Next, we have no ordinances for second reading. We have 2 ordinances for first reading.
Motion, before we go, is there a motion to suspend the rules? Was there ordinance to add? Which one?
According to mine.
Yeah. Proposed ordinance 12-2014. Is there a motion to suspend the rules to add 12-2014?
What is 12/2014?
It should be on your desk. It's an ordinance of the City of Orange Township authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with the Living Fountain Urban Renewal Entity, LLC, and granting a tax exemption for the Living Fountain Housing Project. Is there a motion to suspend the rules to add to the agenda? There's seeing none.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Abdul Rashid. Is there a second? Second on the motion.
On the motion?
1 second.
Who seconded? I didn't hear who seconded.
I second. Director Mays, is there an emergent reason that this needs to go, or can it wait until the next meeting?
Yeah, this is emergent need to, and it needs to go because it had missed the last 3 council meetings consecutive and missed the first council meeting because the budget consultant wanted to do a review. After that meeting was over, I went to the clerk's office and provided a memo stating that that review was done and that it should be placed on that agenda. It didn't make that agenda and it missed the last agenda, so it's been floating out here for 6 weeks now.
And what if we don't do it tonight? What we be preventing anything from happening?
What we'd be preventing is this specific, this is the site of the old Peppermint Lounge. The developer needs the resolution, the ordinance in order to move forward to show this lender that everything is moving forward. So this is, like I said, emergent need. It's missed the last 6 weeks. The last week it missed because I was on vacation. So it kind of got lost because of that. So I needed to.
Ms. Bedell, is there anything you had to add in terms of the need for it to go forward tonight? No? Okay. Councilman Corbett?
I never did get a chance to ask my question.
That's what I'm calling you now.
No, that was my question that you asked. No, but if I had a question, it would be, I mean, because I haven't had a chance to go through this, and so I don't know, how long is the tax exemption? I don't.
22 years.
22.
It is first reading.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Actually, this is to suspend the rules.
I'm saying this will be the first reading. That's what, just a second. So are there any other questions? Seeing none, a vote for a motion to suspend the rules to add to the agenda for an ordinance for introduction and first reading. Councilman Abdul Rashid? Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilman Marable?
No.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
Abstain.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is
Absent.
absent. Councilman Williams, yes. Here we go to ordinance -10, 2014.
Motion 10-4014, an ordinance to vacate Kirk Street.
Is there a motion to adopt on the first reading?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilman Abdul Rashid. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Council President Williams?
Yes, the public hearing for this will be on June 3rd, 2014. No, the rest of these are third. Oh, that's right. The council, okay, June 4th, the public hearing will be on June, I need to take a minute pause. Oh, the primaries, okay, all right. So the public hearing will be on June 4th, 2014.
Okay, next we have ordinance number 11-2014, an ordinance amending Chapter 23, Municipal Code of City of Orange Township regarding
Motion to
personnel
adopt.
policies, sponsored by Councilman Eason.
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Councilman Corbett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Eason on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
Abstain.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams is in favor as well. The public hearing on this matter will be June 4th, 2014. Moving to 12. You have before you an ordinance of the City of Orange Township authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with the Living Fountain Urban Renewal Entity, LLC, and granting a tax exemption for the Living Fountain Housing Project. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilman Abdul Rashid. On the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
In favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilman Marable?
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
No.
Councilwoman Williams is yes. Count.
3 yeas, 2 nays, and 1 absent. 4, because you said yes?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry. It passes.
And
4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
moving on to the consent agenda.
All items listed with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda.
Council President.
Just before we start, there's a motion to suspend the rules to see if we could add a resolution, and it will be 130-2014. This is regarding the mayor's letter that was kind of sent it out, prematurely, without enough information. It's a resolution authorizing the sale of tax sale certificates by assignment. If we get the motion, I'll have Carl come out and explain, is it necessary to go tonight or not?
Council President,
Yes, sir.
could you also explain why this wasn't in our packet?
Because we're trying to, it's a motion to suspend the rules to walk on.
Right, so that substantiates my point that it wasn't in our package, so as I was continuing to say that, can Mr. Smith also explain, and/or Mr. Mays?
We would have to do a motion to suspend to get it on and do it on the motion. Not get it on, but at least get to the motion part, and then we can do it on the motion.
What I'm saying, if I could just get this last word in with a period, that when Mr. Smith come up, whether this walks on or not, if he's going to speak, can he and/or Mr. Mays briefly speak to why we got it when we got it versus it being in our packet? Thank you so much.
Is there a motion to suspend the rules and add to the agenda?
I thought Councilman Merriman had his hand up. You got a question?
It's not on the agenda, there should be really no conversation. So if we're going to have a conversation, we need to suspend the rules, have on the motion, and have the conversation there. Is there a motion to suspend the rules? If not, we can go straight to the consent agenda. Seeing none, we're moving on to the consent agenda. Council members, any that need to be removed?
Council President.
Councilman Abdul Rashid. You want Councilwoman Eason? You want to yield to Councilwoman Eason?
No, this time I'm going to let beauty go before experience.
128, 2014. This is beauty talking.
Okay, it's a tie for beauty. Okay, I give it to you since it's a tie.
Oh, Lord.
What was the number? What was the number?
128, 2014.
Oh, I'm sorry.
128, 2014. Is that it, Councilwoman Eason?
That's the one, yes, the one I have.
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
125-2014. She said 128. 129-2014. 122-2014. I yield to my colleagues for a moment.
Councilman Marable?
Yes, 121, 2014,
121,
109, and 110.
109, and what was the one after 109?
110.
110, okay. Councilwoman Eason, Councilwoman Butler, do you have any?
No, I don't think so, not this time.
Councilman Abdul Rashid, are there any additional?
No, he spoke on my, no, I'm good, thank you.
So the ones that are being removed for clarification are 109, 110, 121, 122, 125, 128, and 129. Okay. That being clear, let's move forward to the consent agenda.
So,
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
okay, so not to waste time, but the certificate, was there one before, what did we walk on then, if we didn't do the
We
certificate?
didn't walk it on.
Okay, thank you, I just wanted to be clear with that, that's what I assumed. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the items that are on the consent agenda at this point are resolutions 111.
No, we did that, we just spoke, we did, I just did it.
Is that everything?
Did that, yeah. Do you want me to, okay, you ready? Let's read this date. Voting on the consent agenda, 111, 2014, 112-2014, 113-2014, 114-2014, 115-2014, 116-2014, 117-2014, 118-2014, 119-2014, 120-2014, 123-2014, 124-2014, 126-2014, and 127-2014.
And 122-2014.
No, 122 was removed.
Right, I beg your pardon, right.
Move.
A move. Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is complete. Going back to resolutions that have been removed. The first one being 109-2014. A resolution for the emergency temporary appropriation to the calendar year 2014 budget for the month of May. The motion.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett. Second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion.
Council President,
Councilman Abdul Rashid.
through you to Mr. Mays, since there appears to be nobody else from the administration or from a financial position. Mr. Mays, this, I believe I heard very briefly that this is estimated to be a 5-month appropriation. Was that correct?
Yeah, that's what I heard tonight as well.
Okay, is there a reason why I couldn't? No,
It's a 1 month, Councilman Abdul Rashid.
it's a 1 month?
Yes. This would be up to 5 months.
Oh, you mean in totality?
Right, it'll be, as a tally will be 5
Right,
months.
in terms from a sequential
Right, we've
perspective.
approved 4 months so far.
Okay, with that, I yield.
Okay. On the motion, roll call, Councilman Abdul Rashid,
Abstain.
Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton,
Yes.
Councilman Marable,
No.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler,
In favor.
Councilwoman, yes. And Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent.
Motion passes. 4 yeas, 1 nay, 1
Need
abstention.
two-thirds vote
What
of the full complement of the council?
was the yeas? You do need 2/3. The motion doesn't carry because it's 4-2, right?
You need
Yes.
two-thirds vote of the complement of the council.
The motion does not carry. Moving to 110
What was the vote again, please?
4-2. 4-2.
It was 4-1. Can you
Wait, what-
detail the vote?
Up to these.
Yes, we have Councilman Corbett, yay. Councilwoman Easton, yay. Councilwoman Gordon Butler, yes. Councilwoman Jones Bell was absent. Councilwoman Maribel, nay. Council President Williams, yes.
Councilman Rashid.
Abstain.
Abstained.
It's 4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
456.
No. 4 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention, 1 absent.
It did not carry. You need 2/3 vote. 2/3 votes on that.
Right.
Okay, moving to 110-2014. A resolution of the City of Orange and the County of Essex, State of New Jersey, authorizing submission of an application to the local finance board requesting approval of a bond ordinance under the provision of the Municipal Qualifying Bond Act, NJSA Section 40A:3-1.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
What are we on?
110-2014. And moved by Councilman Corbett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion. I'm sorry. Seeing none, roll call.
Council President, just on the motion, through you to Mr. Mays, so this is for the 8.4 mil. Okay, I yield.
Are there any other questions on
What's the
this?
public hearing for this?
We have to go to the local finance board first. You can't move forward until local finance board approves. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Galt Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams is in favor as well.
Motion passes 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Moving to 121-2014. A resolution authorizing, authorizing the execution of an amendment of the agreement for operation, maintenance, and management service for the City of Orange Township municipal water, wastewater, and stormwater services between the City of Orange Township and United Water Environmental Services, Inc.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion.
I'm sorry.
121-2014. There was a move by Corbett, second by Councilwoman Easton, and now we're on the motion. Is there any discussion?
You said 122, I beg your pardon.
121.
121.
No, go ahead, I yield. I'm okay.
Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
In favor?
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilman Marable?
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams, yes.
Motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Moving to 122-2014. A resolution appointing Michael A. Hackett, Esquire, as judge of the Orange Municipal Court
Move.
for a term of 3 years is moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Abstain?
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams is in favor as well. The vote is
4 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention, 1 absent. Passes.
moving to a resolution approving the bill list for council meeting vote on May 6-2014, May 2nd, and approving checks issued by the Finance Department in accordance with Ordinance 2-95. Grand total $5,252,440.86.
Move.
Is there a motion? Moved by Councilman.
125.
125-2014.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to switch some seats. Stop talking to one another.
Corbett.
There's a move by Councilman Corbett. Is there a second? Second. Second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Abstain.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton. I'll come back to Councilwoman Easton. Councilman Marable. Councilman Marable. Councilman Marable.
Sounded like she was choking. No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams in favor as well.
Motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention, 1 absent.
And 128-2014, a resolution appointing Karen Jeffrey Wells to the City of Orange Township Historic Preservation Commission for a 4-year term, commencing on May 1st, 2014 through May 1st, 2018, sponsored by Mayor Dwayne Warren. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett. Is there a second? No second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Marable on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Not in favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Not in favor.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Yes. In favor.
Councilwoman Williams is in favor as well. The count?
Motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent. I'm sorry, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Moving on to 129-20.
Oh, wait, hold. Excuse me. 2 nays? I beg your pardon. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes,
I beg your pardon.
2
Go ahead.
nays.
I beg your pardon.
129-2014, a resolution authorizing the law firms of Clarence Barry Austin, Wilfredo Benitez LLC, Eric Bernstein and Associates, Marva T. Breaker PC, Roth Diapini, Decoyes, Fitzpatrick, Dequana, Decoyes, Patrick and Cole, William J. Ewing, PC, Florio and Kenny, LLP, Lamb Kretzer, Mason Law Firm, LLC, David Stanziel, LLC, Joseph M. Wenzel, and Light De Palma Greenberg, LLC, to participate on an as-needed basis pool of qualified defense counsel on behalf of the city, its officers, and employees.
Move.
Is there a motion? Moved by Councilman Corbett. Is there a second?
Second under duress.
You can, second by Councilwoman Easton. On the motion? Mr. Smith, what I want to bring to your attention and helping us do a lot better, you have passed this list previously, and then when you had to seek conflict counsel, you did not use your list. So I just want to encourage, when you use conflict counsel, you didn't use the list, so I want to encourage that your first course of conflict is this list, and there's a need to go outside this list that is properly convened before this council so that it will not result in litigation, okay?
So you want another list of,
No, I don't want another list. I want you to use the list that you got. I'm just saying use it. You're not- okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Roll call, Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Not in favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Galt Butler. Yes. Councilman Williams is in favor as well. I do want to state, before we do a motion to adjourn, before Councilwoman Williams,
I'd like to, yeah.
You want to do it?
Go ahead.
you want to do a motion for reconsideration?
I want to do a motion for reconsideration for 109-2014.
There's a motion for reconsideration on the floor by Councilwoman Eason.
Second.
Is there a second by Councilman Corbett on the motion?
Doesn't it have to be brought by someone who voted against it?
Yes, sir. It does?
Who voted? Okay.
Oh, so it has to be done by Councilman.
By somebody.
I make a motion.
Well, who are the two?
You gotta
just
rescind.
wait, I'm sorry. The motion, and for clarity,
Or-
just
or-
has to,
or-
go ahead, sorry. No, because I was getting ready to ask a question, but go ahead, Councilman Marable.
No, I think Councilman Abdul Rashid can bring it, but she can't.
Okay. You want to rescind that motion, Councilwoman Eason?
I rescind my motion.
I rescind my second.
Thank you so much. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration on whatever number of that resolution was.
Second.
109-2014.
109-2014.
Second by Councilman Corbett on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul
In
Rashid.
favor?
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Galt Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams is in favor, and the reconsidered vote is?
5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
I thought that was just 2
Councilwoman
reconsidered.
Williams, just a second. Now can I have a motion to vote on
The reconsideration.
the reconsidered vote?
Oh, that was
Oh,
the
that
motion
was to
to
reconsider.
reconsider.
Okay.
Now I have to
Right,
vote
right.
on it.
Now, we're voting on motion 109-2014.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilman Abdul Rashid. On the motion, seeing none, roll call, Councilman Abdul Rashid.
In favor.
Councilman
Corbett,
Corbett, I'm sorry.
yes.
Councilwoman Eason?
Yes.
Councilman Marable?
No.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Galt Butler?
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams is a yes. So that
I
Motion
apologize for
passes
the delay.
5-1-1.
And that
Five.
makes my comments. Councilwoman Williams?
Point
Yes.
of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Smith has something he needs to tell us.
Regarding?
I don't have a number.
comment regarding the walk-on, I think
The one with the liens?
130.
Was it 130?
Yeah, it was 130.
It would be proposed 130.
Ran out of paper.
the issue is this,
Speak into the mic, they can't
as a
hear you.
matter of law, once that bid proposal was made, is to be heard by the next council meeting. This is the next council meeting after that proposal was made. So, so there is an immediacy to the issue that should be dealt with today. And the point is that they did make the offer, it is their package deal, and this is the meeting for that to be heard.
And let me, and just for clarity, this is not the meeting after the bid has been made.
It is.
No.
It's the very next meeting.
No, this has been 2 meetings ago. And, yes, may I finish?
No, yeah, I'm saying
Okay.
after you finish.
It's not. And the reason that it wasn't initially brought is because the bid was flawed. It had writing in the body that was different than what was being offered, so that had to be corrected.
So then this would be the first meeting after the correction is made.
Council
And so,
President?
but this would, no, then you would have to have the timeliness issue. So if it just came to this council Today, the first meeting will essentially be the 20th, not today. And it just came to this council today. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
I was going to ask if the legislative research officer, but apparently Councilman Marable wanted to ask a question.
Councilman Marable?
No, only that the document that we're generally discussing was at my seat here when I got here. It was the first time I ever saw it. You referenced a letter from the mayor. I've not read that. I've not seen anything in furtherance of this whatsoever. I can't imagine that I could or would vote on it. I've just not seen any of it.
And actually, the bid is still the same flawed bid. If you actually turn, we have to put it on the agenda to talk about it first, but if you were to look at page, and I can show you, if you look at the first, second, third, in the second, where it starts with the 210,700. See that, Mr. Smith?
What's the number?
See, if you're on that page where it says, with the table on the front, you're right above, no, are you looking at this? The proposal. The proposal.
Second page, third page. Yeah, there you go. Nope. Bit different. Looks like this. It might be a little. There you go.
Were you at this meeting when we had the meeting? You coming around?
It says block 17 of June.
You remember this, Councilwoman Butler? What language in it already?
Oh, yeah, what are you looking at? Yeah, I do remember. There was one offer, it was like a bifurcated offer.
How much is this? Person on the
It says it's for these 4 lanes.
We already got a bill.
And again, let's be, are we going to talk about it on the motion or not? And if, are we going to wait till the 20th?
It's still the same.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's, we have to get it on, propose to put it on,
It's an ordinance, right?
it's a resolution.
But the tax thing that the mayor.
Can we make it, wait till the 20th?
I believe, I think it's, do you want to do on the motion? I mean, because you can just say no after the other motion.
all right.
I mean, if not, we want to do a motion to adjourn.
Is there a motion on the floor to bring it on? No? I missed it.
No, it's not. Dan wanted to make statements, but to make statements about a non-agenda item is
It's
not.
got to be on the agenda.
So then you're asking for a motion to see if anybody wants to walk it on or discuss it or whatever?
What was cost?
Is it back?
We didn't vote on independent business.
Well, I was recommending to walk it on tonight.
I'm sorry.
Put money in our budget?
Yes.
So we would, but council, let's do this properly. Do we want to do a motion to suspend? And if not, let's wait until the 20th.
Motion to suspend.
Motion by Councilman Corbett. Second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion. If you look at your proposal, it is dated March 31st. The proposal's in front of you. And if you look at the third sheet of the proposal, or right above the table, that when we had the meeting, that area was flawed because it's referring to 2 different things. And we should, I don't know. if we want-
But Councilwoman, you're talking about something that's not on the agenda.
We're on the motion.
It's only a motion to put it on the
We're
agenda.
talking about it on the motion.
We're tired.
And so that's the problem. So it's, the proposal is flawed. And if you open your proposal, you will see it in the, and if you guys can't move forward with a flawed proposal, that's the will of the council.
Let's have our city attorney weigh in on that, and our legislative research officer.
And our tax collector.
Well, actually, I think the tax collector can articulate the fact that this is a dollar-for-dollar proposal, 100%.
Nope. Attorney Smith, do you see what I'm referring to?
I'm looking at this,
Okay.
and this is,
And that's not all that's a part of it.
now defer to Carl regarding the numbers. But the issue is, if this is it's a ballot
Did you
proposal,
give it to him, please?
this is the next,
It's not. It's dated March 31st. Today is May.
this is the next council meeting subsequent to the proposal, based on whatever discrepancy you make reference to.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, let me clarify a couple of things. In their proposal,
Mr. Smith?
they do have there for a bulk assignment and also for a direct assignment. I was in referencing to the direct assignment where they would be paying 100% of the liens, and that is the bottom portion of those 6. That's what I was in reference. I wasn't in reference to the bulk assignment. I was reference to the bottom portion. And only that.
Councilwoman Vaughn Butler?
Okay. So, Tax Collector Smith.
Yes.
When we had the finance meeting, there was a discussion because essentially there are 2 offers being made in this proposal.
Correct.
The first is for the itemized parcels or properties that are listed here in the table.
Correct.
And that's for the $210,000, $774.24, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now there is an additional, the sentence right after that, which is in paragraph 2, if you're following me, says there's an additional $1,024,425.94 is being offered for the additional liens on the attached list. That is quite a number of liens.
That is absolutely correct. But the reason why I did not consider those the bulk assignment, because that advertisement, that process is totally different from the direct assignments. And that's the reason why I did not do consider the $1 million figure.
Right, but we just wanted you to amend it to just reflect the, I think it's 6 properties or 7 properties that were dollar for dollar,
Right.
I guess.
And that's what I did. I had all ready to go for the 15th meeting.
And I guess the follow-up question, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, so my question is, it's not amended because the second offer is still there and the attached list is still attached.
Well, what I did is I did not refer to the bulk assignment. And when I prepared the resolution for to be walked on tonight, I didn't reference anything at all to the proposal for the $1 million bulk sale.
And Director Smith, when you submitted this, you also did not make reference to that or redacted or anything. So what was the purpose of still handing out this proposal without making the necessary annotations or whatever to let know that you're only considering? Because you handed out, I don't know if you, but this was handed out along with the resolution. So we shouldn't just,
Well, I guess what it was just to give you a profile of the people who are interested in purchasing the liens more so than anything else. And, it's more than just the amount that they're bidding on, but what they also would do once they acquire the liens.
So, Attorney, Mr. Harris, Legislative Research Officer. If you want, Councilwoman Issa wanted to hear from you.
Council President, it's 11:05. I'm leaving the meeting, just for the record.
Yes, sir. Attorney Harris, did you want to, Councilwoman Eason wanted to hear from you, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Eason wanted to hear from you. Okay. Is there any input that you may have?
I mean, I would just, go with the will of the council, whatever the council rules on this. If the resolution only deals with the items on the attached list, then, you might want to address that that's all it deals with, not everything that's contained in the proposal. But, the tax, I would have to do some research on it. I'll defer to what the tax collector is saying, but overall, it's the will of the council. I mean, if your resolution is saying it's only considering the properties annexed on page 1, then I don't necessarily know why the additional language is still in the proposal.
Through you to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, is there amendment by line that can be added to this resolution that states that regarding the resolution, the only thing being considered at this time are the 6 liens in the amount out of the, no.
I think that's what the resolution,
No, it doesn't refer
Refers to.
to, it does not refer to the proposal. Because it's 2 things are handed to it and it's different, and that's what I'm saying. So can there be a line added that state that while, stating that this is, to make it clear?
sure, I think we can.
And what would that line be?
Right now,
What would the line be?
basically that he can either redact those last 2 lines,
No, it has to be on the resolution.
the resolution, so voting on $215,000. It makes reference set out in the schedule the next year too. You have the schedule. There is no other schedule. There is no other listing. Only 6 properties.
No, I got that. I'm
Right,
saying,
so-
can you just add that while
That's
the proposal considered this, the only thing being considered at this time are the 6 properties?
and actually,
No, it's the dollar amount.
proposal.
That's what we're looking at. We're seeing different prices. Because mine says 215. Yeah, no, 215. 516. 516.
Okay. It would be,
All right.
the proposal shall consist of 5 properties.
6.
No, this has 5 properties for $215,000.
I think,
I'm referring to the resolution.
no, that's it. Look at, that's the resolution. I'm sorry, you are correct. This-
5
Yep.
properties on the schedule.
So he's right, it's 5?
Right. The proposal consists of 5 properties with a scheduled redemption on page 2. And you have them.
There's 6 on the, but on the proposal, there's 6.
Subject to the
This came from the mayor's office this morning.
3704, 41.
What do we do?
So 4103 is no longer being considered, but the price is still in the same 13,000. But
So now there's a discrepancy if there's 5 or 6. Now there's that discrepancy.
again, the proposal states 6, but now it's considered.
He didn't ask for very much. I think he only asked for like 15 comments.
She's saying it's 6.
It's 6 in the proposal.
He did 2 different ones.
It's 5 on the resolution and 6 in the proposal.
Mr. Smith, they're saying that the 6 in the...
Councilman Rashid?
She said, do you hear what Council President discrepancy is? One thing is saying something in the proposal, and then it's a different amount of the properties in the resolution, so it's a conflict of 1. So how do we resolve that so we can move forward? Because if we don't, I'm gonna
proposal.
No, you cannot explain from there. You can't explain from there. You can't explain from there.
The reason why it got reduced from 6 to 5 was because the property owner of one of them items came in and redeemed the lien. So they came and redeemed the lien last week, so that's why I had to reduce it from 6 to 5 for the full amount for 100%.
Okay, what is the number that we're voting on in the actual resolution?
It's for the 5 items for 215,000.
So if we're voting on a resolution, we would be going with the 5, since that's the actual resolution and legislation that we're voting on, independent of what the proposal might say, which you just kind of explained. Because that's the legal document that we're voting on. We're not voting on a proposal. That's fine. If we're voting on the resolution and say 5 properties, that's the legal document we're voting on. Independent of the proposal might say a zillion properties. We're not voting on the proposal, we're voting on a resolution.
If we need to take a 2-minute break because it's too much side discussion, if not, did you amend it to say, go ahead.
The proposal? Actually, I said,
No, did you-
the resolution,
Right, what will the resolution, the additional?
this resolution shall consist of 5 properties for the scheduled redemption on page 2, and this being page 2.
Is that acceptable by you, Councilman?
No, it's not, because I want to make reference to that there are various changes. That's all I'm, go ahead.
You guys need to take that back to the drawing board and bring it back exactly the way you want it.
They're trying to do the last line.
Here we go.
They're trying, Mr. Harris, go ahead, finish the last, y'all finish the last line?
I believe so, Council.
All right.
Okay, can you read the
Amendment.
proposed, and then we'll,
The resolution shall consist of 5 properties for the scheduled redemption on page 2, and shall not consist of properties
Other than the
listed in the March 31st, 2014 proposal.
You should say any other property.
He said you should just say any other properties, Mr.
No, not any other, but you're not, no, you want to make reference to the actual document. So I would say shall not consist of the properties located in the March 31st, 14 proposal, because that lays out what it is.
I know whatever you guys do, you better be careful because someone is going to challenge it in court. Who shall remain nameless.
The reason, Mr. Swin, why I would say any other properties is because 5 of the properties are contained in that proposal. So I would say any other properties contained in the proposal. In other words, only the 5 properties on page 2 and not any of the other properties contained in the March 31st.
The other properties.
Yes.
Consist of the other properties.
Shall not consist.
Shall not consist of the other properties contained in the March 31st proposal.
No.
Okay.
That's
so
1/3.
Moving right along, gentlemen. If we're
Okay.
all in agreement of
So
the
you-
minor changes.
and you have everything written?
Yes, and
So,
we're going to
okay.
change it to your document.
All right, so we'll do it. Okay, so on the motion, no more discussion. A roll call to add it to the agenda, 130-2014. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
In favor as amended in the...
No, we're not there yet. We're just
Okay,
adding.
in favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason? Yes. Councilwoman Butler? In favor. Councilwoman Eason? Councilwoman Williams, yes. Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilman Marable has left as of 11:05. The item is added to the agenda. The resolution that we will be voting on 1/30/2014 is a resolution authorizing the sale of tax sale certificates by assignment to include, as stated on the document, and
And the amendment, meaning the resolution.
oh, you got to talk louder.
The resolution
Uh-huh.
shall consist of 5 properties for the scheduled redemption located on page 2, and shall not consist of other properties contained in the March 31st, 2014 proposal.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Moved by Councilman Abdul Rashid. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Corbett. On the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
In favor?
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilwoman Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilman Marable is absent. Councilwoman Williams? Yes. And before anybody leaves, there was a long discussion, but I wanted to be clear that these 5 properties are being redeemed for the full tax amount, full value. Thank you. Is there a
You
motion?
just wanted to talk.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Marty, Lincoln Avenue.
Moved by Councilman, moved by somebody else. No, it's moved by Councilwoman Easton, second by Councilwoman Butler. All in favor? Aye. We're now adjourned.
Marty, let's go to Lincoln Avenue, Central.